Hello. Hello. Can we hear me today? We can hear me today. That's a good start. Hello. How's it going? Happy Sunday. I missed you all on Thursday. I was under the weather. It was my own doing, but that's fine. Nuvenal seems to be hanging out alone on the website chat right now. What's up with that? The YouTube chat by comparison is a little bit more bumping. What is it? 404. Nikki, but all is lost. And Paul Hack, hello. I have some pizza and I'm ready to chill and watch the stream. Hell yes. Pizza sounds good, but I think that's just because maybe I didn't quite eat enough before stream. But I mean, there's also like a roast cooking, so there's just tantalizing smells permeating my every being. So, hey, Mama Mephistopheles, how's it going? I feel exhausted. Oh, that's no good. Hopefully you can get some good sleep tonight. What's up, Julian and Mars Hall? Hello. You all who are on the YouTube chat, if any of you are on your desktop computer, you can click the top link in the description and come over to the website chat, which is much more interesting. It has way better emojis, for sure, and more colorful names. So, one of us, one of us, one of us. What's up, Jimmy? What is up? Okay. Is everybody looking forward to Thanksgiving? I know that this is like, you know, an exclusively American thing that we do here, but I'm excited to, I'm going to cook a big Thanksgiving dinner. Like, I've never cooked Thanksgiving dinner before in any capacity. So when I say like big Thanksgiving dinner, I mean like, I cook dinner anyway on a pretty regular basis, but this time I'm going to make the sweet potato pie again, which I haven't done in a couple years. I'm going to make I'm going to get little Cornish hens. Instead of getting like a big fucking turkey and wasting a bunch of my money, I'm just going to get 2 Cornish hens and make those like I would make a turkey. Hello, Jimmy on the website. How's it going? And Neurotic Canary, hello. Yeah. Why Stabby? Stabby the turkey? Mars Hall says sweet potato pie is amazing. Yeah, I made it one time. I think I prefer it to pumpkin pie. Just like, it's just denser and I just kind of think it's nicer. Canadian Thanksgiving was last month. I always forget American Thanksgiving is a different day. True. It won't let me click the milkshake. Oh, that's weird. I wonder if the emojis are broken. No, we don't want the emojis to be broken. That's not cool. Great. Well, we're going to try to relax a little bit here at the beginning of the stream, but at 4 o'clock, so for me, it's 3 o'clock right now, and at 4 o'clock, we are going to hop on call with Star Panda, who I think uses she, her pronouns. I'm not totally sure. And so we only have about an hour. I mean, like at this point, like 52 minutes to talk about whatever we're going to talk about before we hop on stream with her. She's doing an all-day charity stream for, in honor of Trans Day of Remembrance, which is today. And I cannot remember what she is raising money for. That would be good for me to know, probably. She is going to be raising money for the Trevor Project. Okay, cool. So we're going to help her out with that today. And I am, as usual, trying to make some tips as it were, because it's getting towards the end of the month, and the move is imminent. The move is going to happen so soon, you all. You have no idea. You have no idea how soon it's going to be. So I'm trying to bust my ass and work a bunch and talk about the news and stay informed. Southerner by choice here. Sweet potato pie is absolutely superior to pumpkin in every way. Yeah, I feel like maybe texture-wise pumpkin pie might be smoother, but I'm not totally sure. Not physically tired, just down. Feeling heart tired because of the news. Yeah, we are going to talk about that. I feel like I guess I should do an actual segment on that as best I can today, so that I can put out, the subsequent video about that, Tuesday, hopefully. But yeah, there was some bad news this morning. I saw it as soon as I woke up today. I do this terrible thing where I wake up in the morning and the first thing I do is pick up my phone and look at fucking Twitter, which is just not good for you. Especially because sometimes you wake up and the news is there has been a mass shooting at a queer club, and you have to cover that news on stream, which is great. The button just went away, but like, oh my God, support me on Patreon, because like that's my job is to know what happens to people in the queer community and to investigate it and then talk about it on stream with you all. So Twitter won't be a problem much longer, but that's the thing, is like, that's like, I rely on Twitter to do my job. So I like having it around. That's the big thing about Twitter going away, is the news aspect, and like not having access to knowledge of things happening live and being reliant on like the filter of the news networks instead of being able to just see what people are saying directly. I'm really not looking forward to that, you know? What's up, Morningstar System? Hello. But like, otherwise I feel okay. I've been having a good weekend. We have a guest over who is a young person who I am trying to shield from the news, although I guess I might be heard from the other room. I didn't want to start their day by being like, yeah, you know, we are going to just talk about this mass shooting that just happened at a queer club. So the man who originally programmed Twitter is already working on a replacement. I fucking hope so. I don't want to try to work on Mastodon. I have a Tumblr now, if you didn't know that. If you want to follow me away from Twitter and go to Tumblr, I think it's luxanderreal.tumblr.com. But more importantly, if you're here, would you please hit like on the stream on the YouTube page over there? And then if you can, you should click the top link in the description and join the website chat on your desktop computer, because that's the chat that's bumping, and hitting like on the stream is a direct benefit to us as a whole community. So do it. Thank you. I appreciate it. You're all so wonderful. Yeah, so I guess before that, though, I was hoping to vibe for a couple minutes at least before we get into talking about the morose, sad shit. Because I am looking forward to not going to Thanksgiving. Like, I've decided I'm not going to any Thanksgiving gatherings. I'm doing my own Thanksgiving dinner. Thank you very much. I'm going to make deviled eggs for the first time. I've never made deviled eggs. Give me your favorite Thanksgiving dishes. Like, what is your favorite thing to have at Thanksgiving? Because I really love a green bean casserole. What's up, Mersh? But my partner doesn't really care as much about green bean casserole. He says he likes green beans cooked in bacon fat with a little bit of white sugar, which is weird. You like to eat plates? Is that what you're telling me, Nuvenal? My mom makes killer dressing. Okay. I'm so fickle with dressing. The cranberry sauce is the best. Okay, yeah. I am a mashed potato lover before I'm a person, TBH. Oh, favorite dish, plates. Haha, you're very funny. What is your favorite side, I guess, or like favorite food object? Turkey and dressing. I like cranberry sauce as well. Ooh, I have not had a sweet potato casserole in a long time with the tiny marshmallows on top. Ooh, that could be really good. Like a sweet and savory sweet potato pie. Like sweet potato casserole thing. Sweet potato pie is a different thing. That's what I'm doing for Thanksgiving this year. So yeah, my general plan is like Cornish hen. Definitely gravy. There has to be gravy. So if there's gravy, I guess there might as well be mashed potatoes. I don't have to do it fancy. I can just do it out of the pouch if I really wanted to. I don't really care about my fucking mashed potatoes being fancy. I'll add butter and milk to them. Some kind of green bean something or other. Deviled eggs. Yeah, that's kind of my general plan for Thanksgiving this year. My Thanksgiving faves, turkey stuffing, sweet potatoes with marshmallows, turkey gravy, and or red chili sauce. Everything else is optional. Mint sauce is nice. I don't know that I've ever had mint sauce before. Cranberry jelly in the can. Oat buns. Oh, I don't think I've had oat buns before either. That sounds delicious, though. Deviled eggs are good. So, yeah, I've never made them before, but I probably will put paprika on them because I feel like paprika is just like, it's a really, if nothing else, it's a visually important aspect of the deviled egg experience. Jimmy Sauce is asking mint sauce like you would put on a lamb, perhaps? Maybe. I have never had a mint sauce, so I don't know. Hail Hydrate, folks. I spent a lot of time talking earlier today already, so I'm looking forward to the part where we hop on stream with Star Panda, because first of all, we're going to be having a dialogue, and then after that, we're doing an all-trans panel on the same charity live stream. We're just going to stay in the call and hop on with some other people as well, and then so that'll be a little bit easier. Like, I won't have to talk the entire time, and then we might hang out for a little bit afterward. And that's kind of the plan for today's stream. So that's what we're doing today. I did have pumpkin soup one time, and that was pretty delicious. Dialogue and a panel. Yes, Tabaxi Bay. We're going to be talking about PTSD with Star Panda. She doesn't know much about it, so we're going to be kind of talking about what it is, like where it comes from. I'm going to try to push really hard the whole, like, you can cure your PTSD, because that's true. You can cure your PTSD, and that's important for me to tell you. New Mexico green or red chili sauce. Leveling up the food life forever. Okay. Okay. Hell yeah. Don't forget salt in the deviled eggs. First of all, I have possibly a connective tissue disorder that makes my veins not work right. And so in order for me to have appropriate blood pressure, I need a lot of salt. Like, I will always put more than enough salt in stuff, unless I'm being super mindful of like other people who really don't like as much salt as I do. I salt my water every time I'm boiling water for basically anything. Like, I need salt in order to not have So I don't know, Mersh. I haven't gotten looked at for the actual connective tissue thing. I just don't want to have to say I have postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome every time we talk about this, because that's what the actual diagnosis is. Hot take. Turkey is an inferior meat. I'm doing the Cornish hens because I feel like it'll be easier to keep those moist, right? Like, it'll just be easier to not have them completely fucking dry out. I'll yeah, and I don't want them to take all day. That's the main thing, is that I don't want to deal with a turkey consuming the oven the entire day, and that's my entire, like, basting a turkey is my whole fucking day or something, you know? I want it to only take like a couple hours maybe. Hope the blood pressure stuff isn't messing with you too much. I mean, it's just kind of like a constant normal thing now at this point. This is what is being disabled is like I'm like, oh yeah, I'm like, if I lean over at a weird angle, my heart's gonna like, I'm like, oh God, okay, cool. Let's not do that anymore. Turkey gets so dry and it can be good, but if that effort went onto a chicken, it would be much better. Yeah, that's what I'm going to test this year at least. I had a ginger loaf cake. Okay, interesting. I've never had a ginger loaf cake before, I don't think. I could see that being pretty yummy. Ginger is just so spicy. I don't know if it's quite my flavor. Potatoes are the protagonist for Thanksgiving. You baste your birds? Our family would always cringe the turkey. Oh, Nouvenol. But yeah, I suspect that Ehlers-Danlos syndrome might be the cause behind the POTS. I just don't know. I need to get that looked into at some point. It's fine. I like to get sushi ginger and eat it straight from the jar. I can't relate to that, Meph. I cannot relate to that. Not at all. Not at all. Good grief. I suppose we should give ourselves a decent amount of time to talk about the shooting, since we should probably go ahead and try to go in depth on it today. Hello, Juloris. Did I miss something? Not really so far yet. We've mostly just been hanging out. I was thinking about shifting gears just now, though, and talking about the shooting so that we can have enough time to do that segment before we're going to get on stream with someone else in 40 minutes. Yeah, Brooke, I considered ham for this Thanksgiving, but I'm like, I know all of the tips and tricks to make turkey taste good. I just want to apply all of those things to like a smaller bird, you know? Introducing the Jenny O frozen turkey breast to the table last year was a massive win. Cheaper than a whole bird, cooks faster, fed everyone, and nothing was wasted. I also don't want to get just the turkey breast because turkey breast is white meat and I like having the variety. And I guess I just kind of think it's going to be fun to each of us have our own little bird and we can like, you know, eat its little bones and stuff or like, you know, nibble on the meats that are stuck to the bones and stuff. Sorry if there's any vegans or vegetarians in chat today. I am a person who enjoys eating meat and I am openly going to admit that I am kind of a speciesist on that point. But see, I'm never going to argue with vegans. I'm just going to be like, yeah, man, you're right. Like, it is probably morally and environmentally better if I didn't eat meat, but I am going to keep doing it. So there's not really an argument to be had there. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. So let's see what the fuck happened today. It was last night, I believe. Let me get some links open here to talk about it. I'm sure that I retweeted some stuff about it on Twitter. Getting ready for a segment. Getting ready for a segment. Oh yeah, that's something that we should have. And I really hate libs of TikTok. Can I just say? I hate that I have to keep talking about this piece of shit. Like, it's very irritating. Trying to incorporate more vegetables into my diet. Brooke, I have to tell you that roasted vegetables are just so delicious. If you just buy like a couple of bags of frozen Brussels sprouts for like $1.50 each at the grocery store, like you can take, if you're only making enough food for one person, you would probably take like half that bag and like cover it in some olive oil, salt and pepper, and then just pop it in the oven for like 20 minutes at like 390 degrees or something like that Fahrenheit. And then you will have delicious vegetables, you know? Roasting vegetables is so easy. And they have no business being as good as they are. Roasted carrots, roasted broccoli, roasted zucchini, roasted onions. Like, all so good. That's how I've been trying to increase my vegetable input recently. Like, you gotta have them taste good. You can't like boil broccoli and expect to enjoy vegetables. Like, it just doesn't work that way. Never really liked carrots. I mean, Phoebe G, the whole point of roasting carrots is that they change chemically in flavor. Like, if you eat raw carrots, they're like, you know, like, I don't know, they don't really have a whole lot of a strong flavor, but then once you cook them, they have like a sweetness that comes out. And it depends on how much you cook them, how much that sweetness is going to come out. So you can, you know, roast them enough to make them soft and maybe start to get a little bit of a browning on the surface, but you don't have to let them like caramelize, you know? I have to be in the mood for cooked carrots. Yeah, I especially like them with other things. Like part of the reason why I'm so psyched about this fucking roast that I'm making right now is that it, you know, it's that combo of like the delicious chuck roast and the potatoes and the onions and the garlic and the carrots. And how it all works together, you know? Get you a little bit Worcestershire sauce, get you a little bit of liquid smoke, some spices, some pepper, some salt, you know? Some beef broth, and it's just so good, okay? I love cooking, and I'm really good at it, and it's also really easy. Like, I am actually teaching, teach someone how to cook a little bit this week, and it was very fun. Quite enjoyable experience. I prefer raw carrot to cooked. I like carrots only if they're raw, shredded, and mixed with cheese and mayo. I mean, that's one way to do it for sure. Gotta get your veggies somehow. I can see the sweetness being potentially off-putting on roasted carrots, but most other roasted vegetables, I don't think they have as much sugar in them, so I don't think they do that quite as much. But yeah, it's all super yummy. If you're here and you're enjoying talking about food, click the like button, because we're about to dramatically shift the subject over to something that's very sad. So enjoy it while it lasts. Oh, goodness gracious. Hail, hydrate. Make sure you're drinking water out there. I can prepare like 3 pounds of pan-seared asparagus and eat that without even having anything else. I just want to keep eating. There have definitely been a couple times where I'm like hungry and I just make a two people's servings worth of Brussels sprouts in the air fryer or whatever, and then I'll just eat an entire meal of Brussels sprouts. That's the whole thing. But then the thing is, like, I feel like it needs a sauce. I feel like it needs like a cold, creamy white sauce of some kind to complement it, but I don't know what that thing is. I guess this is the point in cooking where you start to like think about flavors that might go together and just try to figure some shit out, or like Google like white sauce that might pair well with Brussels sprouts. Like, I don't know, how do you figure that out? You just got to figure it out. Cooking. Oh goodness. If you've just arrived and you've not yet hit the like button, please do that. We're having a little bit of a chat about food, and now we're going to finish getting our notes together so that we can switch to talking about this tragedy that just so happened to happen at the end of Trans Awareness Week and the night before Trans Day of Remembrance, which sucks a lot for sure. Where's my chat? Where are you? Making me hungry. Welcome to the website, Delta. Also, for eating more veggies, I recommend soups and stews because you can toss so many vegetables in and it will taste delicious. Yes. I love doing asparagus with a ton of salt and lemon juice. Try a tzatziki. I could try a tzatziki sauce. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, I'm sure there's more than one way to make tzatziki. Okay, let's see if we can find any news. What's the most recently updated info? I don't think the date is coincidence at all. At the very least, they pick Saturday because it's crowded. Yeah. What's up, Bkoi? Hello. Welcome in. We're chilling for the moment, and I'm getting my notes ready, and we're going to start talking about the shooting in Colorado Springs that we just had. We're going to try to cover that as well as we can. And then in about half an hour, we're going to switch to having a conversation about PTSD with Star Panda. So it's going to be great. Okay. We're trying to get the likes. We're trying to get the donos. You know, if you want to throw me a tip for collating all this information and delivering it to you on stream, breaking news style, show your appreciation through a donation, please. Oh my God. NBC maybe. Okay, this is something that's been updated 17 minutes ago. All right, I think we probably have at least enough to start with here. Just trying to get things in order now. This is what happens when when there's like breaking news that I haven't had time to like get all the info together for before stream. But that's fine. Okay. We can just start with CNN, I guess. Yeah, I guess that's where we'll start. So I woke up this morning, had a scone and a large house blend. No, it's not a Jonathan Colton song. It's much worse than that. Jokes that I shouldn't be making this early in the video. I am looking at some news articles about a shooting at an LGBTQ nightclub in Colorado Springs last night. We are currently having a confirmed number of 5 people dead. And the last I saw, I think that there were either 18 or 20 people injured. So I wanted to look into this. If anybody has any additional info about it that they want to throw in, like any links that you want to throw in the website chat, especially because they're more likely to come through on the website chat. The links are. The spam filter on YouTube is so weird, by the way. Like if you post links in the comments or on the live chats that have links in them, oftentimes those things get caught up in like an automated spam system that doesn't even show me the comments being held in moderation. Like they're just inaccessible to anyone forever in the void. Very strange. But anyway, on a more serious topic, looking at this CNN article, gunman kills 5 at LGBTQ nightclub in Colorado Springs before patrons confront and stop him, police report. A 22-year-old gunman entered an LGBTQ nightclub in Colorado Springs, Colorado, just before midnight Saturday, immediately opening fire, killing at least 5 and injuring 25 others. Current number was 25, before the patrons confronted and stopped him. According to police, the suspect in the shooting at Club Q was identified as Anderson Lee Aldrich. According to the Colorado Springs Police Chief Adrian Vasquez, he used a long rifle. 2 firearms were found at the scene. At least 2 people inside the club confronted and fought the gunman and prevented further violence. Police said that they were investigating whether the attack was a hate crime and noted Club Q's relationship with the LGBTQ community. The police chief says, Club Q is a safe haven for our LGBTQ citizens. Every citizen has a right to feel safe and secure in our city, to go about our beautiful city without fear of being harmed or treated poorly. I mean, great lip service. I appreciate. Let's see how the investigation goes. Also, like, we're going to talk about police involvement in shootings in general in a bit, because the last time there was a major shooting like this, it was the Pulse shooting in 2016, I believe was the year. And as far as I know, this is the first mass shooting at a queer club since then, which, you know, I mean, we made it 6 years. I guess that's cool. Still pretty rough. Club Q has said on social media that they are devastated by the senseless attack on our community, and they thanked the quick reactions of heroic customers which subdued the gunman and ended the hate attack. They posted earlier in the day that its Saturday night lineup would feature a punk and alternative show at 9 p.m., followed by a dance party at 11. The club also planned to hold a drag brunch and a drag show on Sunday for Trans Day of Remembrance. The club's website now says it will be closed until further notice. Obviously. The shooting came as the calendar turned to Trans Day Remembrance on Sunday and is reminiscent of the 2016 attack at the Pulse nightclub in Orlando, Florida. Colorado had been the site of some of the most heinous mass shootings in history. Aurora movie theater one. Yet there have been over 600 mass shootings in the United States so far this year, apparently, which is defined as an incident in which at least 4 people are shot, excluding the shooter. Okay. Let's see. Joshua Thurman told CNN affiliate KOAA he was inside the club dancing when he heard gunshots and saw a muzzle flash. He says, I thought it was the music, so I kept dancing. Then I heard another set of shots, and then me and a customer ran to the dressing room, got on the ground, and locked the doors and called the police immediately. He says he heard sounds of more gunshots, people crying, and windows being shattered. When he came out, he saw bodies lying on the ground, glass and blood on the floor. The violence lasted only a few minutes. The police received numerous 911 calls starting at 11:56 p.m. Officers were dispatched at 11:57. An officer arrived at midnight, and the suspect was detained at 12:02 a.m. So I guess that's like a pretty good response time, according to the police. A total of 39 patrol officers responded, and fire department captain said that 11 ambulances went to the scene. Authorities initially said 18 people were injured, but later adjusted the total to 25. And of those, several are in critical condition with the gunshot wounds, although the exact number is not currently clear. Suspect is being treated at a hospital. Officers did not shoot him. Okay. Joseph Sheldon told CNN affiliate KRDO that he visited the club Saturday night to drop a friend off about 10 minutes before the gunman opened fire. He says, "This is a bar I've gone to multiple times in my life since I became age 18. A lot of these people at the bar are friends, their family. A lot are people that I've become close to. Whether it's a hate crime or not, it's hard to see that this is going on, that this happened to my community, that this happened at a place that I've gone to and felt safe, that this happened at a place where if I stayed 10 more minutes, I would have been right in the middle of it." Yeah, so this was like a specifically queer bar, you know, called Club Q. I feel like it's pretty fair to say. And it's going to be difficult for the community there, for sure. It's going to be difficult for the community broadly to deal with this, I think. I mean, I personally find this stuff really difficult to deal with. So let's just see if there's anything more going on in this article, because I don't want to keep reading this entire article word for word, you know. It's like, that's most of the rest of it. So we have live updates. Police name the suspect in a Colorado queer club shooting, which killed 5. He was detained and hospitalized after being injured in the incident. Let's see. Hold on. What are the bullets? The latest. 5 people are dead, 25 injured. Gunman is in custody after being subdued by at least 2 people inside the club. Police said the motive remains unclear at this time. The Club Q was hosting a Drag Divas show followed by a DJ night on Saturday, the night before Trans Day Remembrance. Let's see. 15 victims injured in the shooting were being treated at 2 hospitals on Sunday afternoon. Excuse me. 11 patients treated at Memorial Central Hospital. Let's see. Further information on their conditions is not available right now. 2 of the victims at this other hospital were in critical but stable condition, and the other 2 were in stable condition. So it seems like at least the people who are currently in the hospital are not like imminently going to die. So we have like 5 deaths, and hopefully these people will be more or less okay. Hopefully, at least. 3 had been discharged. Let's see. Yeah, 25 victims total were injured. It was not immediately clear where the rest were being treated that hadn't already been mentioned in this little article. Yeah, this is like the 36 minutes ago updates. They're reporting on GLAAD, like what the Gay and Lesbian Alliance Against Defamation has said on this subject. Climate change. Wait, what? Not climate change. Why did I say climate change? I just invented that because I saw the word climate. Wow, rip. Colorado Springs says local climate felt increasingly unsafe for LGBTQ people. 41 minutes ago. We're like interviewing people within the community and stuff here now. Thank you, NBC News, for having the latest updates, for sure. Why do they hate us so much? I don't get it. I really don't understand. And what I especially don't understand is this shit. Like, we're libs of TikTok, you know, like with everything else happening, you know. Aaron Reed points out, like, thank God, Aaron in the morn, stochastic terror becomes real terror. Those dead in the LGBTQ bar Club Q only died hours ago. They were supposed to have a drag brunch today. Meanwhile, libs of TikTok is attacking another drag brunch in Colorado and a trans legislator only hours after that. Elon Musk is letting these people stay on the platform. This looks like, yeah, it looks like this may have been posted after the news started to break about this story that we're currently covering. This organization in Colorado teaches kids how to become drag queens and helps kids, quote, safely experience the art of drag on stage. Colorado State Reps Leslie and Brianna for Colorado promoted and encouraged this child drag organization and performance. You're clearly drumming up violence against people, and it's just going to keep getting worse. Like, this is the first mass shooting we've had at a queer club in 6 years, and I think that it's fair to say that this kind of shit is probably not going to stop. I already feel like I can't go to places like gay bars, and it's just becoming more and more obvious that I'm correct about that. Yeah, not cute. What is this? What are we looking at here? This is sick beyond words. This is the entire point of what they're doing. This is why after Chaya Raichik tweets out against Idaho Pride, we have a U-Haul full of Patriot Front terrorists pouring out. Oh yeah, this is from in Idaho, all these guys with like tactical looking gear and like basically a uniform on, packed into the back of this U-Haul, just standing there on their way to a pride parade for some reason. Why? Do you have something to say? Guys, reclaim America, huh? This is why hours after tweeting about a drag brunch in Ventura, Proud Boys fought to gain entry and likely harm those inside. Yeah, this is I think that they got sprayed with pepper spray by the employees in the bar. I think that's what happened here. These people trying to force their way in. I remember that. We don't know for sure what motivated the shooter in this case. Yeah, we do know that apparently libs of TikTok, Chaya Raichik, sees these things and goes, yes, we want more of that, because she continues drumming up violence against us. Oh, wow. CRB Vegas in the YouTube chat says, I live here in Colorado Springs and just got back from a vigil. I'm trans MTF and it could have been me. The community is hurt but not broken because we refuse to be. I lay this attack at the feet of Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, and all of the other so-called libertarian conservatives in the media who largely built their careers by perpetuating hate against trans lives. This blood is on their hands and I will not pretend otherwise. It will be interesting to see if this guy has a manifesto specifically evoking any of these people, because we have seen a little bit of that before. But I will not say that you're wrong conceptually, like for sure. It's the responsibility of these people who keep calling us groomers, saying we're pedophiles, saying that we're trying to harm children, like insinuating that we're trying to force kids to be trans for some weird fucking reason. Like it all doesn't make sense, except for it makes perfect sense if you think about the fact that really what they want is to like have a group to scapegoat so that they can do a fascism. Like ultimately we are just the group that has been chosen to be the scapegoat as they try to take over the country. I work in a gay bar and I often have to think about what I would do in this circumstance. It's so scary. Like I literally don't the last time I went to a gay bar was in like 2015. I haven't been there in such a long time. Let's see if there's anything else in this thread that I wanted to look at. Don't forget that Musk was in Libs of TikTok's replies a few days ago and has been very aware of her platform and anti-trans terror that she stokes. Part of the reason he bought the platform, Text Messages Show, was the banning of anti-trans hate accounts. That's interesting. I don't know what exactly that screenshot is related to the thing that she was just saying. But yeah, Libs of TikTok is for sure one of the people who's responsible, as well as Ben Shapiro and all them. These posts are like, or these events, I guess, are 9 hours apart, where the CNN article comes out about 5 people dying, and then Libs of TikTok posting this thing, which we've already looked at. Like that's the more clear timeline that Eli set out for us. Excuse me. Eli's interpretation of this is that Chaya is bragging about inciting the attack, knowing that she'll get away with it. The last time she posted about Colorado was weeks ago. It's not a coincidence, but open gloating that she'll never face accountability for her actions. Yeah, like why would you post like that in the aftermath of this if it weren't like with the intent of barbing, like, you know, just squirting lemon juice in the wound. Let's make sure that I don't know that there's any like other news that we can really talk about with this, like aside from it happened and there are some clear indicators. Like actually I'm curious, has Matt Walsh, there has to be a fucking hashtag or something that this news, okay, so we have LGBTQ is trending right now. I really want to know if conservatives are talking about this. Like, that's really what I want to know. Looks like Biden talked about it. Yeah, he is kind of a conservative, isn't he? The Pulse nightclub shooter in 2016 was an American ISIS sympathizer. He told police that he was representing ISIS. He had also cheered years before when the World Trade Center was attacked on 9/11. Even at that, he was allowed to be an armed security officer and left his job guarding a gated community to shoot up the club. He had also visited the club earlier to scout it out and plan. Wow. It's been a long time since I looked into any of the details of that, and I really try not to think about it very often, so I don't retain most of it. But I wanted to know if these, like, anti-queer people are talking about this at all. Like, has Matt Walsh said anything about this shooting? Have any of these anti-trans politicians said anything about this? So I guess Matt Walsh is instead talking about Florida has withdrawn quarterback commitment to Marcus Stokes scholarship offer after a video of the recruit saying a racial slur surfaced on Friday. And then Matt Walsh is going, he was singing along to a rap song, and for that his college football career is destroyed. This is what Matt Walsh is thinking about today. Christian nationalism is just as bad as radical Islam, and this should be considered a domestic terrorist attack and treated as such if it turns out he is a Christian nationalist. It's gonna be fascinating to see what comes out of this. It literally happened like only 15 hours ago. So it's gonna be interesting to see how things develop, what kind of sentence the guy is gonna get, and like whether this is going to encourage people to do more of this kind of thing. Like, I feel like this is going to be the start of to me, this kind of feels like, in terms of anti-queer violence, this might be like the snowball that starts to roll down the hill, you know? Like, I wonder if this is going to be the thing that hits the rock wrong and all of a sudden we have an avalanche kind of situation. Like, I'm just concerned about that. I'm worried. I don't want it to go that way. I just am concerned. Matt Walsh and others are just as bad as Anwar al-Awlaki calling for attacks. I am not familiar with whom you speak, but I'm going to assume that you're correct. Biden's statement, he talks about gun control. Of course we talk about gun control. Of course. Biden calls deadly shooting at LGBTQ nightclub in Colorado Springs, quote, a senseless attack that happens far too often. Get weapons of war off of America's streets. Of course. President Joe Biden released a statement denouncing the, quote, senseless attack at a LGBTQ nightclub in Colorado, leaving 5 people dead and more than a dozen wounded. Gun violence continues to have a... Shut up. Gun violence continues to have a devastating and particular impact on LGBTQIA plus communities across our nation, and threats of violence are increasing, Biden said on Sunday afternoon. That's today. Citing the Pulse shooting in 2016, saying places that are supposed to be safe spaces of acceptance and celebration should never be turned into places of terror and violence. Yet it happens far too often. We must drive out the inequities that contribute to violence against LGBTQI plus people. We cannot and must not tolerate hate. Colorado Springs police have identified 22-year-old gunmen. Yeah, we've already looked at some of that news. Biden says today, another community in America has been torn apart by gun violence. More families left with an empty chair at the table and a hole in their lives that cannot be filled. When will we decide we've had enough? We must address the public health epidemic of gun violence in all of its forms. How about addressing the fact that people who work in your government, sir, are stoking violence against us? Like, how about Marjorie Taylor Greene gets fired from her job for being partially responsible for this? It's not just Ben Shapiro. It's not just fucking Matt Walsh. It's fucking politicians who are supposedly elected representatives, right? Yeah, 22 years old, getting into this. Anyway, is there anything else in here? President added, earlier this year, I signed the most significant gun safety law in nearly 3 decades, in addition to taking other historic actions, but we must do more. We need to enact an assault weapons ban to get weapons of war off America's streets. Seriously, are we just not... He just really wasn't going to address, like, anti-gay discrimination and sentiment in the country. Like, you should be like, the conservatives have been specifically running on an anti-queer platform and losing by and large, and these violent acts are the responsibility of people who are irresponsible with their rhetoric. Like, please, sir, a crumb of something other than fucking neoliberal anti-gun sentiment. We're not dumb. I know what it means when they want us to not have guns. Like, doesn't make things better, because if you you just have a bunch of people who have guns illegally now, and they already are doing an illegal thing, so why wouldn't they do more illegal things? Head of Republican voter strategy Jerry Mander is responsible for a lot of the monsters in office. True. That rascal Jerry. God. Yeah, the anti-gun thing. Oh, we have another person from Colorado Springs says, I can already see the trajectory. The stochastic terrorist already had domestic violence charges, etc. So the narrative is already set re-gun control, which is a dead end here in Colorado Springs, as opposed to framing it as an anti-LGBTQ thing. Yeah. Rexy says, okay, I do not exactly like Biden, and many of his policies, especially from earlier years, are garbage, but he is good at appearing like he cares about people. I want to believe he does, and maybe even enough to do something. I agree with that. I think that Biden is really good. He's a very charismatic person. He's really good at making it seem like he's listening to you and like he cares about you, but it's just going to be about does any of that bear out in reality? Are we going to see any of the things that we have been... I mean, how many of the things has he really promised in the first place versus the very few things that he has promised to various groups and then not followed through on? Is anybody satisfied with the degree to which he has followed up about student loans or pandemic handling situation? I remember, the most distinct thing that I remember about Biden taking over pandemic wise was that it seemed like they decided to not give us as much money as they promised to in our stimulus. They ran on something and said, oh, well, actually, we're only going to give you a little bit more because we're saying what we meant actually was totally you're going to get $2,000, right? So I just don't know that we're going to really get much from this government, TBH, and I'm still going to be trying to be vigilant and aware of what's going on. Hey, this is right after the midterm elections where yes, a lot of candidates who ran on explicitly anti-trans platforms did not win, but clearly their messaging is still getting across, and they don't even necessarily need to win in order to increase the stochastic terrorism aspect going on, actually fueling violence toward people. Of course, we can't conclusively say whatever influences were on this particular shooter, because this shooter is going to need to be investigated and questioned and everything. And I hope that some useful information comes to light, and I hope that the police, and all of the investigators and everybody involved try their best to do their job to actually, I guess, at least make it sure this person doesn't end up back out on the streets again. Given that we don't have a rehabilitative system, that's the preferable option at this point, is to just have this person, fed and watered and in a cage. Sending love and solidarity from the East Coast. Thank you, Rebecca. Yeah, so we have about 5 minutes. That's the end of the segment. We have about 5 minutes until we're going to hop on stream with Star Panda. So I guess I'm just going to make sure that okay. I just don't get notifications from Discord, so that's fun. I'm going to get more water before I start this call, and that's something that I really think that you all should probably take a second and do when we get there. But we are going to hop on Star Panda's charity stream and talk about PTSD. That's going to be our goal today. If you want to, drop me a $5 dono. Boy, howdy, I would sure appreciate that. I'm about to move, and it's about to be winter, where I'm going to be like trying not to spend very much money. And I would appreciate you helping me get through that experience of paying my first month's rent in my apartment when I move in here soon. I have 2 liters of water. Nice. I am not quite there, but we'll get there. All right. Hail, hydrate, get yourself some water, hit like on the stream if you haven't already. We're going to be hopping on that call in a second, and I will be right back. Hello. Welcome in. I'm from the East Coast and I'm in the West Coast now. Both suck so far. Oh no, that's rough. My fortune cookie says never stop. One always stops as soon as something is about to happen, which also feels like very bad philosophy. I haven't had a fortune cookie in a while. Oh my god, excuse me. Stop talking about food. It smells really good in here, okay? It smells like roast and delicious, and I'm gonna be hungry for the next 2 hours if we don't stop talking about food. Stop it. You raise blood pressure every time you call out hydration. Demand avoidant autistic baby rage. Well, sorry. It's true that you should drink water. You don't have to do it, but it's true that you should. All right. I'm sure if you all have any questions about PTSD, if you want to have those questions in the chat while we are talking, that would be fine. I am not going to completely ignore chat just because I'm on stream with Star Panda. Do you ever hang your earbuds from your gauges? Seems like it would be fun and cool. Like when you're not using them but want them near your ears. In what way do you mean hanging earbuds from my gauges? Because I don't think my ear is big enough for this thing to like go in. Like I guess I could like stick it in there like this potentially, but I've never wanted to do that before. Yeah, demand avoidant. Yeah, no, I know what a demand avoidant means. Yeah. I haven't made it to Portland yet, but am trying. Originally from Delaware, and I miss it there, but I didn't have much acceptance. Doesn't that suck? Like, a lot of us are like, we actually like the places that we're from, but we don't want to deal with, like, the discrimination aspect, so we end up having to go somewhere else. Exactly, being trans, that's how it is. We've got earbuds that wrap around the ear with a hook. I have had those before. Yes. I don't have any now, but I did. At one time. It's like, I don't hate Kansas, per se. I just hate how how unaccepting people can be outside of the immediate bubble of, like, people in my life, you know? Does the snake bite piercing affect your teeth or gums at all? I was planning on getting one. I don't know, maybe, probably. I loved the place I was from, but ended up moving because because I've been chased through the streets by multiple people and random people seemed to know who I was, so I got scared. Yeah, that sucked. I bite the inside of my mouth all the time too, but I don't feel like having piercings makes that any worse, personally. Why not mouth armor? You mean, is that what you call a grill? Okay, let's see what we can do here. Retrofitted codpiece, tomato, tomato, true. Tomato, tomato. I'm from a rural area in northern Germany and I technically love it, but everyone is a turf here. That sucks. Tomato, tomato. Tomato. Again, we keep talking about food. How dare you do this to me? Okay, well, let's see. Let's see if she hops into the chat. Is it pronounced tomato or tomato? It depends on whether you want to get corrected or not. Pronounce it whichever way. Alright, I think Star is going to join up here soon. Hello.
Hey.
I can hear you. Excellent. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Spectacular.
Your sound is great.
Thank you. I have a pretty good microphone that was a gift, and I'm very deeply appreciative every time I sit down to do my job.
Who got it for you?
I'm actually friends with this bigger YouTuber called Jimmy Snow, and
Oh,
yeah,
I've heard of him.
I started watching his channel when he had like 700 subscribers.
Mm-hmm.
And I was temporarily a member of his Patreon, so I got into the patron, Cards Against Humanity nights, and gradually his channel grew, and he ended up with a couple extra microphones, and just was like, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and send you one, and I was like, oh, I mean, okay. So,
Well,
I'm very grateful.
Yeah, that's great. I'll have to, yeah. I'll have to check out some of his stuff. I don't often see his things. Oh, what am I trying to say? I'm a little fuzzy today because I've been going for a while.
That's
But
okay.
yeah.
He does
But
like
yeah.
atheist stuff and like reacting to he reacts to Christian YouTubers, like the abstinence only kind of Christian YouTubers, and it's just like, I used to like him because he did kind of educational Mormon stuff, or like making fun of Mormon stuff because he is ex-Mormon, but then it became like, oh, now we're gonna get mad at Christians on the internet, and I'm like, I don't want to do this anymore. So
Yeah.
I guess now he's branched out a little bit further and does like a few other shows. He invited me to be on it, and we haven't followed up and like organized it. So like hypothetically
Gotcha.
at some point I'll be on his show too. But yeah, how is your day going so far?
It's going all right. Did some Fallout New Vegas I have no idea how far along I am, but I feel like I'm going extremely slow. But I'm like in the middle of a quest to send some zombie people to the moon or something. I don't know.
Okay, that sounds
um,
fun.
and then we had a little bit of Among Us. We had like 5 people at a time coming in. Uh, I didn't coordinate it as well as I could have, but
I mean, that's
yeah,
just enough people to get a good game going.
it is. Yeah,
Yeah,
we had some fun, so I'm not super disappointed.
very
Um,
cool.
but yeah, what's been going on with you lately?
I have been preparing to move. That's like kind of the main thing that's been consuming my time, aside from just like busting out videos on the daily for a brief period. Like I have had a brief period of like me and my editor working together, had like a video posting every day for the last 2 weeks, which is great.
Mm.
Um, but other than that, I'm like really I'm packing and getting my shit together to move, which
Oh,
is
you're
gonna be
moving
fun.
soon.
Yeah, I'm gonna be moving into my own spot for the first time, which is pretty fun. It's gonna be
Oh,
weird, I
like your own
think.
place?
Yeah.
Nice. I love living alone.
I've never done it before, so it's gonna be kind of weird. Like I moved out of my folks and in with my partner, and now I'm moving out of living with my partner. So yeah, it's gonna certainly be an adjustment period for a bit.
hmm Yeah, that sounds great. Um, if you are the type who does not being alone with your thoughts, probably not gonna go amazing, but
I'm
it does
already
take
alone
some
with
getting
my
used
thoughts a
to.
lot, like it's not gonna be that
Fair.
different. Even if I'm a little bit nervous about that aspect, it's like realistically, I'm alone most of the time anyway. Like I work at
hmm
home, he goes to work, like, you know, it's just gonna be weird to like. I think the weirdest thing is gonna be I'm not gonna have a cat for the first time in possibly my entire life. Like
Yeah.
I have always been living with at least one cat, and I was like, it'll be much easier for me to get a place if I don't have the pet, and it'll be less expensive and everything. So I was like,
Fair.
I'm just gonna leave him here. That's gonna be fine.
Okay, so uh let's see. How did you start, I guess, on YouTube?
So I was at the time watching like Chase Ross, who was posting like transition info and updates and like, you know, 4 years since top surgery type videos. And like, you can also go through the backlog of some of these trans creators and like Ty Turner and Jamie Rains at that time had content like that as well, Jamie Dodger. And so I
hmm
was like, okay, well, I'm starting testosterone, but I'm non binary. So I may or may not stay on it forever. And I probably want different things from it. So wouldn't it be cool to just have like another example of what that is like? So I went ahead and posted like every couple of months initially in the lead up to getting on hormones, talking about like the process of going to the doctor, and then also just like transition updates. And so that was about 7 years ago.
hmm
And I recorded my experience going off hormones and back on and then off, whatever, like back and forth a few times. My thoughts about surgery and stuff. And then gradually it's been more and more political content. I mean, I used to be like a firebrand atheist too, so I would get involved in like conversations about religion and things of the sort. But yeah, so that's kind of where things are at right now is after about 7 years, I just decided this year I was going to start streaming full time because I am too disabled apparently to have a regular job. And
Oh.
it's going pretty well, honestly. I feel like
Oh,
I
good.
am, yeah, I mean, when I first started earlier this year, because of the fact that I already have an audience from having posted just regular videos for 7 years and then like established, I think at the time when I started, I had almost 4,000 followers on Twitter. So kind of like mediocre sized accounts. Uh, I had like maybe 20 viewers or so when I was first starting, which is pretty good for basically just being like, I have decided to be a full time streamer now. And now it's like 60 people usually. It's 40 right now, I think, because the title of the stream is not like as evocative and political as usual, but we're still
hmm
doing good.
Well, good. That's yeah, that's really good.
Yeah.
I'm hoping I can get there too at some point because I fucking hate my job.
And it's just
But
about like the consistency and like networking and having people know who you are, I guess helps a little bit too.
yeah, I'm getting there. It helps that I started out with a podcast
Hmm.
and yeah, doing a lot of networking there.
I don't think I had checked what your pronouns were, by the way. What are they?
She, her.
She, her. Okay, cool. I want to put it on the screen on my end so that people know who the hell I'm talking to.
Okay. Are you streaming on Twitch?
No, I don't stream on Twitch.
Oh, okay.
I stream on YouTube, to clarify. Yes, I am streaming live, but not on Twitch.
You're not banned from Twitch, are you?
No, I just don't
Okay,
want to
good.
be there. Yeah.
Yeah,
I,
that's fair.
I just don't like
I
the raid function. That's like one of the main problems that I have.
mm-hmm. What's uh what's the problem with it?
I mean, mostly that like you don't have, it seems like you don't have a lot of control over like who can raid you.
Mm-hmm.
So people can like put obscured racial slurs in the name of their channel and then raid you, you know? Like I've seen screenshots of it
Oh,
at various points and like having to shut down chat to be sub only and stuff like, and also people getting nuked for saying slurs and stuff. And like, I want to have fun and call myself words that other people think are uncool to call people. Like because I'm calling myself those things and I can't do that on
mhm.
Twitch.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a problem.
But no, I'm not
Uh,
banned.
yeah, I just had to make sure.
Yeah, for sure. Understandable. You don't want to
Um,
lose your channel either.
yeah, especially during a charity stream. That
That
would
would
be
be a
kind
bad
of
time.
embarrassing. Yeah. Let me real quick post about our chat that we're gonna have,
Cool.
and then uh, shoot. I hope this link works.
That's always the just fingers crossed moment.
Nope, it didn't.
Rip.
Oh well, people will figure it out.
I also think
Anyways,
it's stupid that you can get banned from Twitter for calling yourself slurs. That's stupid.
yeah, that is dumb.
Yeah.
Like, I get the idea of it, but like, no.
Yeah.
Especially if you're part of that group, you
We need
know?
sensitivity readers.
Hmm. Uh, so our topic today is going to be about like mental health and PTSD and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Is there anything you wanted to start on?
Um, well, we were thinking about talking about PTSD in particular because I feel like it's a fitting topic for Trans Day of Remembrance. Like,
Right.
death happening to you and around you is like not conducive to positive mental health outcomes. And so I guess I kind of thought that we could talk about it within the context of growing up queer and being trans in the US right now and like how to identify PTSD, what kind of experiences can lead to it, and most importantly, like how it can be treated. Because I think that a lot of people within our community would benefit from knowing that you can, like, literally cure PTSD if you just commit yourself to like 3 months of kind of hard therapy. Um, because I think it would benefit people to first of all be able to recognize when their behavior and actions are coming from a place of trauma and then be able to feel empowered to take control over that because it will help you with your stability in your jobs, it will help you in your interpersonal relationships, and it will help you just internally feel like you're not melting all the time.
Right, yeah. It does feel like that having those kind of mental health issues as well as like being in a minority group is a lot harder when you're doing like regular jobs like a normal person, you know?
Yeah,
Um,
it can be re-traumatizing too, depending on who you are and what kind of job you have. Like I
yeah.
would contend that being repeatedly misgendered at work is like a form of trauma.
Mm, yeah. I definitely felt that when I was first coming out. Um, but yeah, so what is your experience in particular with like coming out and like your own, I guess, mental health in what you were doing at that the time?
Well, I came from an abusive environment initially with my mom, and so I don't know that I would have been able to really readily identify any specific mental health symptoms at that time because of my being so involved with like just trying to handle her all the time, and
Mm,
like now in retrospect being like autistically trying to get through living in an abusive environment, which is like also its own layer of difficulty on top of everything. Um, I didn't start to really know that I had mental health problems or that I was trans until I moved out into living with my dad when I was like 13. So, like, roughly age 13, like, depression, suicidality, like, it all hits pretty hard. And then in the next couple of years, I realized that I was trans, and I basically, like, knew that I needed to get treated for mental health stuff. And I ended up seeking treatment for that when I was about 18 or 19. I was
mm.
still waffling about whether or not I wanted to transition at that point medically. So I started trying to get treatment for depression and anxiety at roughly that age, and was with a provider who I feel kind of mismanaged my care, because after I think 3 years of trying various medicines, you should probably stop trying to just throw pills at someone instead of just doing that for 7 years.
Yeah.
But we did that for 7 years, and somewhere in the mix there, when I was like 21, I started T. So honestly, like my mental health journeys and my trans journeys have been like kind of separate to each other. Um, like I guess I don't experience a great deal of dysphoria, and like once I started medically transitioning, that especially wasn't as big of a problem as other things going on in my interpersonal life. Uh, yeah, and then more recently got diagnosed with borderline personality disorder, which is why the pills weren't working,
Oh,
because you need
yeah.
therapy for that and not pills.
Hmm.
So I did roughly a year and a half, almost 2 years of dialectical behavioral therapy, which is highly effective for borderline, evidence-based practice, very good stuff. And then I more recently accomplished about 3 months of prolonged exposure therapy, the goal of which was to cure my PTSD. And when we finished that run of like 3 or so months of therapy, I had basically diagnostically no longer any clinically significant symptoms of PTSD.
So tell me about those kinds of treatments that you had expressed.
Yeah. Um, so I think that probably we have a bit of an undiagnosed borderline problem in the trans community, and I have a very specific reason for saying that. Like, I'm leading up into talking about dialectical behavioral therapy and why it's so incredible, because it is specifically orientated toward treating borderline. Um, BPD can be caused by like forms of neglect, forms of abuse and trauma. Generally, people with BPD have like an underlying sensitivity emotionally, or I honestly would contend that the emotional sensitivity that PTSD leaves you with could also be part of the formation of borderline. So, and it can, those kind of emotional symptoms can be worsened by things like persistent invalidation. So my doctor, who did like my therapy for dialectical behavioral therapy, she was like, I am a DBT specialist who happens to have a shit ton of trans patients because for some reason your demographic has a lot of borderline personality like struggles, essentially. And so that she became like interested in that particular sort of intersection and subgroup, and ended up primarily treating trans patients, which I very much appreciated, because it's
Hmm.
good to have a specialist who knows what's going on. which made therapy much easier for me, not having to educate her, and her being willing to accept that I didn't need any therapy about my gender. We didn't need to focus on that at all. So yeah, it is probably likely that there are a lot of people with borderline who are not sure about it, and we can have like a separate conversation about that probably. The DBT is a skills-based therapy to help you address behavioral problems, because all of the diagnostic criteria for BPD are, it's like a pattern of unstable relationships, like predicated on this other underlying thing. But like primarily, like it's about the unstable relationships or about the inappropriate expressions of anger, like the outbursts or whatever. Those tend to be the symptoms you're trying to get under control. So because fundamentally it's a problem with emotional dysregulation, you just have to work on being able to recognize your emotions and then be able to analyze whether those things, whether those emotions are like fitting the facts of the situation as you're experiencing it. And then you can work from there to decide, okay, how am I going to actually approach this situation or emotion? And yeah, DBT has multiple different subsections, and you kind of, it's like going to class once a week when you're in DBT. Once a week you go to group therapy for like an hour and a half, and you see your individual therapist separately, like once a week or every couple weeks or whatever. And you're essentially learning the modules for how to do interpersonal effectiveness, how to regulate your emotions, how to do mindfulness, because that's a shockingly, it literally shrinks your amygdala if you do mindfulness on a regular basis, which is pretty interesting. So that's kind of the broad overview of DBT.
Okay. So how do these sessions work?
So for DBT, it was kind of like just sort of normal talk therapy, except that the point is to use the skills that you learned in the group therapy session. So my therapist would be like, okay, so you're having this conflict with your partner or whatever. Here's how we can use something from the interpersonal section to maybe make a plan for how exactly you need to deliver this request or whatever you're trying to communicate. And then, yeah, in the group therapy, it would be, and I was also very thankful to be in a trans-only DBT group. Like, there happened to be a lot of trans people at my clinic, and so we had enough people to throw together our own trans-only group, which made the conversations, like, much more interesting, and we could also discuss things that are very particular to our community. And that is more like, okay, we're going to read a couple pages out of our binders that everybody has. Everybody received, like, the same preset sheets of paper all sectioned out. So turn to the blue section and then page 3, and we're going to like take turns, reading the sections to each other, discussing them. And then by the end, we're going to have an understanding of like a new skill in this subsection or module. And we're also going to discuss like a sort of homework assignment, quote unquote, where it might have a page where it's like, if the goal is to use a non-judgmental stance this week, then I want you to write down like the situation as you initially felt it, and then try to describe it non-judgmentally. Like, my husband didn't care enough to call me before he left the office, and now I don't know where he is, or whatever. If it's standard for him to call you when he's leaving the office, or it's like, in reality, the objective fact of the situation is just your husband didn't call you before he got home. And when he gets home, you might even get additional information like his phone died before he left the office, and then he got stuck in traffic. So you like being able to see things objectively as they are is the goal this week, right? And so you just do that every week basically as though it's a class, and gradually you learn the skills and apply them enough in your real life to start to experience actual change in your ability to control and direct your behavior and your emotions.
Yeah.
So that's fun. Prolonged exposure therapy, though, that's where it's at. Because
Yeah,
that's the
that's what I
PTSD
wanna.
one. Yeah.
That's the other one I want to hear about because you were talking up a storm about that.
Yeah. I mean, like, it's my new favorite thing to talk about. So prolonged exposure therapy is basically your PTSD is caused by like some kind of emotional injury. If you were like fat phobia, for example, like if you were constantly being told like, oh, you don't need to eat that last bit, or like being called thunder thighs or something, like those injuries accumulate to a point where like you start having a different relationship with food. Like, so trauma is emotional injury that results in a difference in how you view and think about the world. So it could come from a number of different places. It could be something life-threatening, or it could just be you like your dog died in the hurricane or something, you know, like it could be from a number of different sources, some of them seeming more minute. Like you could also have trauma from harassment campaigns on the internet because they changed the way that you think and view the world. Some of my friends have talked about becoming nervous about being on their college campuses because there are a lot of queer people there and they don't know if somebody watches that creator who made content about them. So the goal then of trauma therapy is to stop having those kind of reactions to the world and prevent you from feeling like you're constantly like experiencing the trauma in working memory. Like if something horrible happened to me as a child, if I think about it as an adult with the trauma aspect, then my brain doesn't really understand the difference between something happening right now in my actual immediate safety versus like something that happened 20 years ago, because the trauma memory just kind of exists in what you can think of as like your working memory, like the part of your brain that's actively simulating the world at present. And the purpose of trauma therapy is to work the memory down into just normal, regular, the normal desked files that you've got going on. And the way that you do that is by two primary methods. One is called EMDR. I'm going to actually look up what it stands for because I can never remember. This is not the therapy that I did. It's called eye movement desensitization and reprocessing. So you kind of do a very similar thing to when you're in prolonged exposure therapy, but you also incorporate certain eye movements, which for some reason there's like a feedback loop between what's happening physically with you moving the muscles in your eyes and the other aspect of talking through the trauma. I don't know exactly why it works. I don't think anybody knows why it works, as a matter of fact, but it does for some reason. So that's something that to look into. I ended up going with prolonged exposure because my provider was more experienced at it. And prolonged exposure is basically you sit down and you select, basically in order to ease into it, the getting to know your therapist and getting ready for this part, you're going to establish a range of like, they'll call it like subjective units of distress. So like on a scale of 0 to 100, if you were 10% upset, what would that look like? Or if you were 50% upset, what would that look like? If you were 100% upset, what would that be like? So that you have a baseline kind of scale to work with, because the goal of the prolonged exposure is to be a certain amount of upset while you're processing the emotions and the memory. So what we did was we picked one memory from when I was a child, which had a very clear beginning and end of a time where my mother was physically abusive to me. And what she had me do was like close my eyes and walk through the memory in first person as though it's happening now, and like tell her what's happening as I'm going along, with a special focus on connecting with the emotions, which can also mean like really noticing which details are standing out. Like at one aspect of that particular memory, like I noticed that my mom is lit from behind as like the moment and the tension is ramping up toward where the memory turns into the violent aspect of it. And it's like, well, yeah, if she's backlit, it increases like how big she looks and how scary she looks, and it takes away some of the distinct, clear facial input that you normally would get. So you're connecting with like, I feel small, I feel scared, and you want to connect with that feeling specifically. And the therapist will pause at certain critical times in the memory, like according to their judgment, and just ask you like, what is your subjective units of distress right now? And then you'll report in and then continue on from that point. And the goal is to be about 70 to 80% upset according to your own personal scale. Because if you're not upset enough, then you're not connecting with the memory. And if you're too upset, then you're overloaded and it's not working. And you'll have to do like a previously agreed upon calming exercise. So what we would do is just like a very particular breathing pattern that happens to work for me really well. Oh my God. So you do that for like 6 to 8 weeks. And then very suddenly you find that you're not connecting with the memory anymore. And you're like, I feel like I'm doing this wrong, except that that's what's supposed to happen. And then suddenly you're like, oh, all of these memories that normally would make me start like hyperventilating are now just like, they're there, but they're just there and they're not doing anything to me anymore, which is great.
Wow. Yeah, that sounds great. I might have to check that out myself.
Honestly, it's a godsend. It will make your PTSD symptoms worse for the first 2 months, though. I will warn. Yeah, because you're like you're like putting yourself in that place. And another aspect of it is that it will be more effective more quickly the more you do this aspect of the homework. And that aspect of the homework is we would record our sessions, because I have like recording equipment on my computer and everything. And I do this through telehealth. So I was recording our sessions, and then a couple times throughout the week, I was supposed to listen to them at home. And whenever she would check in during the recording saying like, hey, what's your SUDS right now? How percent of upset are you? I would also record that number of me listening to the recording afterwards to kind of judge what the difference is. It would have been most effective if I had done that once a day. And we only did that for about 20 to 30 minutes during our 1 hour session. For the last half hour, we would process things like I was saying about like the light behind her is a strong feature that in my memory and stuff like that. And like kind of talk about what specific aspects are something that could be reflective of issues that we're currently having and stuff like that too. But when I'm listening to it throughout the week, it's only about 20 minutes of my time. And yeah, I only successfully listened to the recording outside of session like probably 7 or 8 times over the course of the couple months, which is like averaging less than once a week. But it still was an effective form of treatment. It just would have been faster if I had been personally a little bit better about actually doing that aspect of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I have some kind of PTSD. My girlfriend points it out to me. So like I feel like I would probably benefit from something like that. So yeah, I really appreciate you talking about that.
Yeah.
So like do you feel like it can work backwards like over time if you don't keep doing it, or is it something that feels permanent?
For everything that has happened to me prior to that, like getting to that point where I'm like, oh, it feels like it's cured now. I don't think I'm ever going to be hit like that by anything that happened before that. I will say my goals in therapy have kind of changed a little bit since then, because I'm still seeing the same therapist, just because I was like, we're going through some really intense personal changes right now, and I need to like still have a little bit of backup through that process. And I ended up, I finished that round of like therapy in June or so, and then my cat died in July, which like death in general can be kind of traumatic. It was better than it could have been as far as like pet deaths go, but still not great. And then I got an IUD put in, and like basically part of the procedure, not the actual putting the IUD in, but the part of the procedure where she needed to apparently manually check to make sure that there was enough space to place the IUD without it eventually hurting me, required her to yank some of my insides around in a way that like I feel is like, oh, this is a new different thing now that I'm dealing with. Like the symptoms are kind of like back in some ways, not the same level of intensity, but the urge to avoid going to the place and like feeling like you don't want to interact with any of the people involved. And yeah, just generally like some of the other physiological symptoms I'm noticing. And it is normal to have those kind of symptoms after a traumatic event for at least a couple months, and up to a year apparently can be the case, where we'll see PTSD symptoms for, you know, maybe a couple months, 6 months, a year, and then they just kind of resolve on their own. I don't actually know that there is very much knowledge on how to process traumatic events in an ongoing fashion. Like, that's kind of what I've been discussing with my therapist recently, is like, how can I process my emotions in a way that is going to result in a healing process? You know, how much should I indulge that avoidant tendency versus how much should I actually confront my emotions? Is it more or less healthy to think about it a lot, or is it more or less healthy to talk about it a lot? This part we don't have a lot of evidence for. And so for me, it's kind of like, well, yeah, I am like really upset about these things in a way that feels like trauma. My cat thing is a little bit better now. I mean, like, obviously I miss him, but it doesn't. Yeah. And it particularly, like, I went into shock for multiple hours the night that I got the IUD put in. And then I did not have anyone to reach out to for like emotional support during it. So like, frankly, that's kind of the part that is harder for me, is like, not only did this physically traumatic thing happen to me, but I had to deal with it completely alone. So I know that that's something that I'm going to need to process and be more willing to reach out in the future type of thing. Like, I know that I'm like kind of fucked up by it and just trying to figure it out right now.
Yeah, I feel like those kinds of situations do, like when you go through something traumatic, sometimes a previous trauma can pop up in the middle of it, because like those similar situations and feelings kind of like coincide with each other and make each other like intensify. So yeah, I feel that way sometimes. So yeah, so let's see. I guess with your what would you suggest for other people going to find like what's a good thing to look out for in a therapist or doctor for those kinds of treatments?
I personally feel if you're going to go in for prolonged exposure treatment, I personally felt like it was important for me to have that relationship be a bit more business-like. Partially because my relationship with my DBT therapist was, I think she kind of cared about my well-being in a way that made it hard for her to push me to do the things that I needed to do to succeed and get better. And like, I don't just make that up out of thin air. Like, it's something that she spoke with me about, was like, she is aware of that weakness of hers as a therapist, that if she, you know, she's like, oh, this client of mine is really sweet and I don't want to put them in a difficult situation or whatever, she knows that she might not push them hard enough. So I was like, my relationship with my prolonged exposure person needs to be more utilitarian. Like, I don't really need to know her, and I don't really need her to know me. Like, at that time, for that part of the therapy, we did not talk about my personal issues. Like, now that I'm out of that, I'll tell her what's going on with my partner, or what's going on with I'm moving, or shit like that. But at the time, it was basically like, we might catch up for like 5 or 10 minutes right at the beginning and just be like, how have you been for the last week? Have you done the homework? Like, how are you feeling? But then it's like, all right, we're going to go ahead and get started. And she would she had like a script every time she was like reading, like, here's the purpose of what we're doing. You know, you can stop at any time. You know, if we feel the need, we need to take a break, that's fine and everything. Like, you need to feel like it's something you're doing willingly is important, because if you feel like she's making you do it, that's gonna like potentially make shit worse, because obviously you're reactivating trauma and stuff.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, so that was definitely a part of it. And then we would do the actual prolonged exposure part. We'd run through the memory usually 3 times. It would take 7 to 8 minutes each time. And then, like I said, the last half an hour, we would just kind of process specifically about that, and like, you know, talking about how, you know, how has my relationship to my animals changed since that, like, since there was a cat in this memory or whatever. And so I'm like, I think it's okay to find a relationship with a therapist that's fairly utilitarian. Like, it's good that she knows enough about trans people that like we don't need to talk about it. She doesn't need to ask me any questions about it or anything. Like, that shouldn't come up in this memory, unless you pick something that's specifically like, you have to talk about your relationship with your parents because they were abusive to you because you were trans, or something like along those lines.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess, like, on the very basics, finding a therapist who is at least somewhat trans positive and who isn't going to get weirdly religious at you, I think those are like my main 2 things if I was looking for a therapist right now. Like, if you have a Bible quote in your main office area there, I might reconsider depending on how things go. But I'm okay with that, with my prolonged exposure therapist just not needing to go into any further detail about anything besides the strict, we have a job to accomplish here together. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. I think the first time that I came out to my parents, um, they, my mom had a specific therapist for me who was Christian, and I
Oh
was like,
gosh.
no, I'm not going to that.
Yeah.
Um, I do consider myself still Christian, but like I'm very like laissez-faire about it.
Mm-hmm.
Like I I don't really care as much. I consider myself non-denominational at this point, and like it's become up to a point like where I guess the way things are going with I guess the like all over the country,
Mm-hmm.
um with how religion has been brought into the conversation, it's kind of alienated me at this point from Christianity in general. So like if someone says or brings up that they are Christian in those kinds of settings where I'm like trying to find a safe space, in that way, like it doesn't feel good. It feels kind of sussy, you know?
There's a lot of
Um,
baggage in it. Sure. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Definitely the right word for it, baggage.
Mm-hmm.
Like I just can't, I don't think I want a Christian, like super Christian, therapist in that way, because like they don't feel safe at this point.
Yeah. Being on the same page religiously is really important, I think, for a lot of relationships. And it definitely is conducive to the therapeutic relationship if, at the very minimum, your therapist can get on the same page with you as far as where you need to be with it, you know?
Mhm.
If there are like Bible quotes in the main room and stuff, I'm like, it feels like you're gonna bring this up, and I want you to never do that.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's definitely something that I don't want them to like go into that much.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I guess um like is there anything else that you want to talk about that's like on your mind or anything?
Um, I mean, I just think like it's really important for us as a community to to like not get so caught up in all of the things that are easy to get annoyed with each other over, because like, you know, our main holidays are like, please, like, please be aware that we exist and please stop killing us. Like those are our two
Yeah.
holidays. So like
Yeah.
in the context of PTSD, I do think that isolation makes trauma worse, and that isolation in of itself is a kind of emotional injury. And you know, it's still COVID as far as I'm concerned. I'm still not going anywhere or doing anything for the most part, and I'm going to be even more so this winter, because it seems like we're going to have another winter of multiple different subgenres of COVID.
Mm.
Subgenres. I just couldn't think of the word, and I was like, I'm just going to run with it.
Yeah, no, it worked.
Yeah, yeah.
What you were putting down.
So I think it's important in this time to recognize where our trauma is affecting our actions, and also to be able to recognize where other people's trauma is coming from, and to try to give everybody a little bit of grace. Like this, we're a community of people who have a difficult time staying housed and having jobs and staying with our families, and it's about to be the time of year too where a lot of us are going to be missing those connections, where you know we didn't expect to lose people when we came out as trans, but we did. So I know for myself, like, I am going to be, for Thanksgiving at least, like I'm planning on doing like my own Thanksgiving thing at home, with just me and my partner, because you know, even that is like a good relationship to cultivate if you just have your one person. But in also seeing friends and stuff, like I want everybody to know throughout this winter that you should, as best you can safely, take the time to, you know, at least you're doing Skype calls or something. You got to get on the Zoom with your hot cocoa and your cozy fuzzy robe, and like get to know people better, and stop doing this like Twitter level sniping of shit. Do you think maybe the queer community is going to get better if Twitter dies?
Um, is that a real question?
I mean, I'm kind of like, because I kind of think that like a lot of the worst people left Tumblr when the big Tumblr purge happened a few years ago, and
Mm.
that that's when discourse on Twitter started going down the shithole. So it's like, if people leave Twitter and stop being forced to talk about stupid discourse all the time, like, do you like, is there a future where we can actually stop sniping at each other over stupid shit? Or are we always going to have people who are doing cake at pride discourse?
That's a that's a really complicated question. Um, my first instinct is to say yes, because I'm pretty sure the whole kink at pride discourse is kind of more straight people saying it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Um, especially because like the first one started with, I feel like the first time that I saw it had started with who was it? Shoe on Head?
I think
And
so, yeah.
yeah, and like it just kind of snowballed into being an every year thing where we have to defend like the culture of pride, and like having to have this discourse when there is literally no problem with it because there's like a different section for it. You know, like I don't think kink at pride has ever been a problem. Like it's always been like more late at night where it happens, where it's mostly adults, if not all. Um,
Or at a totally different
so
festival. Like that one picture that keeps getting thrown around is from Folsom Fest.
yeah, absolutely. Like that was literally a BDSM festival, and I don't know how to correct that kind of, you know, that I don't know what to call it. Like I don't know how to correct that, I guess. It's frustrating because like it's people trying to make something out of what it's not.
Mm-hmm.
Like in it feels like these people have never been to Pride. basically.
I mean, yeah, like neither have I, so I can't like speak definitively. All I can say is like I don't think that this is actually the case, guys.
Yeah, I've been to a couple prides. None of them actually had kink there. Um, and honestly, I think the least amount of clothing that someone has had on is like a tank top and shorts. So like yeah, I don't think it hasn't been a problem like ever since I've seen it. And if there has been any kind of kink, it's been late at night where there's actual like sexual drag shows where the kids aren't allowed. And I feel like this problem has been solved already. So, yeah.
I feel like
The
it wasn't too bad this year, at least. The Kink at Pride discourse wasn't too terrible.
Yeah, I think it was dropped pretty quickly. But like we'll see about next year.
The
Um,
countdown, yeah, we'll see. The midterms didn't go super sour, so if it's probably going to turn out that there's like a little bit less anti-trans news, which means the rabid infighting always increases.
oh, did you see about the LGBT law that passed? Or I guess it's going back to the House, I think. I'm not completely sure, but
Are they working on gay marriage?
yes.
Yeah,
It's
I've
not
been hearing.
exactly putting it into law. It's more just like making it to where every state has to um recognize everyone's marriage, like no matter if they're the no matter what the laws say in that state. So, like from other states, they have to recognize it, which is
That's already the law. Do you remember the Defense of
no.
Marriage Act?
Did that pass?
So Bill Clinton installed the Defense of Marriage Act, and what that was, so the federal law already is you have to respect the laws that are made in another state. Like, for example, if you have a driver's license, like if I live in Kansas, but Missouri isn't too far away. So if I want to go drive to somewhere in Missouri and visit some of my, I don't know, my friends or family out there, and if I get pulled over in Missouri and I show him my driver's license from Kansas, he has to respect that I have a legal driver's license from Kansas, even though the state of Missouri might have different driving laws. And maybe like I didn't pass the Missouri driving test, but you're required to respect laws established in other states. The Defense of Marriage Act in the 90s was a law creating an exception to that rule, which said like, okay, if some states want to make gay marriage legal, that's fine. But if you move to a state where gay marriage isn't legal, they're not required to like honor the fact that you're married in whatever legal situation where that may come up and matter. So that got repealed like
Oh,
when was it? Like 10, 12 years ago? I don't remember. Somebody in the chat will have to tell me. So it's like technically that already is the law of the land. Like everybody is supposed to respect marriages from other states. Is this real? I haven't looked into the new law. Like I haven't read about it yet because I was like, it's not going to pass. I don't care.
I'm looking at it. The Defense of Marriage Act amends the federal judicial code to provide that no state, territory, or possession of the United States or Indian tribe shall be required to give effect to any marriage between persons of the same sex under the laws of any or other, sorry, such jurisdiction or to any right to claim arising from such.
And I think that got repealed in like 2012 or so, about 10 years ago. But like, yeah, if the new law is one that's just establishing a requirement to acknowledge marriages across state lines, then that's silly because that's already the law.
Well, the way this read, it seems like it's not saying what you think it says. Like it looks like it's saying that they don't have to recognize anyone's marriage.
Yes, but it was repealed in 2012.
Oh,
Yeah.
I completely misunderstood what you were saying.
No, that's cool. Yeah. So I'm just saying, like, the law before Defense of Marriage Act passed in the first place was everybody has to respect everybody's laws. And then they made it to where you don't have to respect marriage in another state. So, yeah, I just haven't checked into what this new law says, if it's actually going to codify gay marriage on the federal stage or if it's just going to be some like pissy little, we're going to technically say, oh, you have to acknowledge marriages, even though that is already the law, you know?
Well, it's not necessarily the law. I think if they have an individual law in a state, then they have to like oh, what the fuck am I trying to say? Uh Basically right now, before this law is put into place, the I guess it's like no protections in place for states to be doing that, you know?
Yeah.
Um, and this law is making it to where they have to, like, respect people's marriages in their states. So, like, it's, I guess, providing a loophole for gay people, and interracial marriages to live in a state, even if they get, I guess, married in a different state, to keep their marriage and get the benefits of that marriage. But
Yeah,
it's not
someone in my
exactly
chat
justifying it.
elucidated it a little bit. Like, if the Supreme Court overturns the gay marriage case, then that would enable states to not only refuse to recognize gay marriage, but extend that to interracial marriages. Like, so this makes it to where, like, even if the Supreme Court overturns Obergefell on the federal stage, then like that doesn't mean that a bunch of marriages just suddenly get dissolved automatically.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, like, if you're married already and that Supreme Court case gets like resolved in the way we think it's going to, then your marriage isn't dissolved in the state that you live in, basically.
Well, I
So,
guess let's hope. Fingers crossed.
yeah. I heard it's going back to the House. I'm not completely sure though, but like, I'm hoping it does like pass really quickly because we need this.
Did it start in the House? Do you know if it's a
I
House bill?
think it started in the House. They changed it in the Senate. I'm not sure how, but then I think it's going back to the House because of that change.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. It's a HR 8404. So that's from the House.
Yeah,
Respect for Marriage Act. Do we love how Ben Shapiro is just full mask off? Like, no conservative should be pro gay marriage. Like, no Republicans should be pro gay marriage. Like, they pretended for a few years, didn't they?
I mean, at this point, they're just like not even pretending like at all. Like, it's like they never even believed in like rights of human beings.
I don't think they did. I really don't think they did. They only believe in rights for white men
Yeah.
and the occasional Jewish man, I guess, in the case of Ben
Apparently.
Shapiro. Oh,
Yeah.
gosh.
I'm hoping we get that through as soon as possible, because in the House, where they're gonna switch over to the Republicans being in charge, and that's gonna be, yeah.
Nothing is going to get done.
Yeah.
Let's
I
hope
don't
that
know
they
if,
don't get rid of the filibuster.
yeah, I don't know if they're uh what do you mean?
So the filibuster is one means by which you can block legislation from passing.
Right. But the filibuster isn't in the House.
Uh, oh, is it not? Do they not do that at all in the House?
It's just in the Senate. In the House, you have to have just a plain majority.
Okay, I see. So I guess the best, yeah, we can just hope that like the Senate, like just, what's the split on the Senate? I didn't end up checking like what the final results were. Is it like 49-51 again?
It's 50-49 right now, and then Georgia is going to do a runoff again.
So we may have a 50-50 Senate.
We may have a 50-50, but things are looking up for oh, what's his name? Not Walker. Walker's the bad one.
Yeah, I don't remember who's running against him, but I know who you mean.
Warnock. That's what his name is.
Oh, cool.
So, yeah, if anyone wants to help him out, go to PV22 and help
Yes,
him
PV22.
to. Yeah, they're great. Go to their Discord server and help out. They have a website and all that. So, yeah.
So we
you
might
can
have a Senate win, and if like, I mean, like, nothing's gonna get done either way. I think even if we have the one additional seat in the Senate, I don't know that we're going to get anything past this next 2 years
Mm-hmm.
on either side, like either way.
Yeah.
At least we can hope that we don't allow the Republicans to pass anything, because if they get their way, they're going to pass like national don't say gay bill.
Yeah. That's a problem.
Got the veto. We got the president's veto as well. There's that.
I'm gonna go ahead and tell people they can hop on.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, whenever people are going to join, that's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
Typing and streaming at the same time, though, doesn't work too good.
Yeah. I don't know how to fill the time except for
Yeah.
my taps. So
Tap tap tap. Because if you start talking, then you're going to start mistyping.
yeah, that's about how it works. Or I just stop typing all at once.
Yeah.
Do you have you're streaming right now, right?
Yeah.
Do you want to give people the donation link?
Yes, I had that open a second ago. I don't know where I did with. I have too many tabs. Too many tabs.
Too many tabs.
True. Okay. So there is a Tiltify link that I'm putting in both of my chats. We're raising money for the Trevor Project today. The Trevor Project is a organization that provides support to youths when they are experiencing difficulties. Like they provide a suicide call network. It's like if you're experiencing suicidality, they have, I believe, 24/7 chat support, text support, if I remember correctly, and they do have a line that you can call. It's just a really important resource for kids, and especially in this time, like every time we see one of these laws pass, we see an increase in calls to the Trevor Project and other suicide hotlines such as that. So it's really important to make sure that they stay funded, because otherwise they're not going to be able to necessarily accept a full call volume. And like, what worse thing could happen than a teenager calls the suicide hotline and gets a busy tone? We don't want that. So if you have anything to spare in honor of Trans Day of Remembrance, click the Tiltify link in the chat there and pitch in $1, pitch in a couple dollars. That's just going to go straight to the Trevor Project. I'm so good at pitching things.
I mean, you explained it pretty well. And if everybody wants to, I'll be going again tomorrow. Oh
wow.
Because we hit 500. Hello, how are you doing?
Hello. Doing good.
I
am Don't Uwu my OO, aka Amy. I'm setting up my stream right now at the moment. Give me a moment.
Hello.
Hey Luxander, nice to see you again.
I'm so glad that like all of my trans streamer friends are also like participants in the PV22 community. Like we've just all like decided to form a like a new coalition, and I appreciate that very much.
Yeah, I am actually I'm trying to work on. I want to do something where I do interviews with their staff and give them each like like an hour on my stream or something, and ask them silly questions and serious questions alike.
Mm-hmm.
But letting them get control over the Georgia runoff stuff that they got to do at the moment.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm sure that's like just consuming an enormous amount of resources.
Just let me go right into it. Sorry, I'm typing up my stream title.
It's all good.
And this is one of my friends, Emma, who is also joining us.
Hello.
Emma streams sometimes.
Yeah. I should be streaming more, but I the ADHD hits
True.
very hard. You want to know how hard my ADHD hits.
How hard is it? No.
Not. Been on HRT for approaching 3 years. These are my name change papers.
Oh gosh.
That is how.
Yeah.
I love you.
Oh, wait a minute. This overlay's wrong. How do I turn off the overlay I have?
I am having problems with my overlay as well.
Uh-oh.
I have an old one, and I don't know which source it is. What is this? Ticker. That's what it is. Okay, there we go.
Fuck, I paid for this thing.
Just go with that for right now. Always fun setting up the stream while you're live, you know.
Yep.
Mhm.
I'm like
Feels
just
no
fiddling-
pressure, no pressure.
Fiddling with Streamlabs while people are just standing there waiting.
Yeah. Had a good
Does everybody
stream
have
earlier
good plans
today.
for Thanksgiving this year?
Yeah, I'm gonna make a Thanksgiving dinner for my partner and some warm up leftovers for a friend to come over the next day.
Very nice. I've never cooked Thanksgiving dinner myself, and I'm going to for the first time.
Ooh.
Yeah. Except I'm not going to do a turkey. I'm going to just do like 2 Cornish hens. One each for myself and my partner, so that I don't have to spend 8 hours basting a turkey in my oven.
That's fair.
Because you know I
Is,
gotta go all out.
I'm gonna stuff a turkey. I got a 15-pound bird at the store because I like having leftovers. So because I hate cooking every day, so it's
That's
nice
fair.
to get a lot of food to cook one day and then have it be able to spread out. I'm gonna make a sweet potato pie.
Me too.
I make it where I put marshmallows in it as well as on top of it,
Ooh, okay.
and mix some brown sugar and cinnamon with it.
That's exciting.
Might even add honey, but that might be too much flavor. I don't know. And then Brussels sprouts.
I love some roasted Brussels sprouts. It's like a regular couple times a week thing for me because you can buy a bag of frozen for like $1.60 and then boom, like pop it in the oven or the air fryer. Easy.
Yeah. I've not come to like them roasted yet, but I do like them steamed. So like I grabbed a steamables bag and throw that in the microwave for 5 minutes and boom, it's done.
Yeah, I think I get probably the same product as you. I just go like I don't like steamed or boiled vegetables very much. Like you get the salt and the pepper and the like Maillard reaction on the outside, and that's where it really hits for me.
Are they crunchy when you do them in the air fryer?
If you let them brown, then yeah, the outside will get like it's not like hard, like it'll still be soft on the inside,
Right.
but it'll have
Right.
like that sort of crunchy quality to like you know when you saute something, it can get like that brown crust.
Oh, maybe I'll try a bag in the air fryer sometime.
Yeah.
I got roasted ones when I was at BJ's Brew House the other day, and I was not a fan.
If they're
And
still
I
like
attributed it to the roast, but it might be just the seasonings they were using.
yeah, well, yeah, it could be the seasonings. Like if you just go like olive oil, salt, and pepper, that's like it'll be the more quintessential experience to see what it's like. But I don't think they're quite as good if you take them out before they get that browning on them. But that's the cancer causing part. the like browning on the meat and everything. Oh yeah, that's the tasty part. I'm trading like the joy of my day-to-day life for colon cancer in 40 years.
There you go.
There you go.
You know, it's something to look forward to.
Exactly. Keep things spicy.
Who wants to go to bathroom the easy way?
Not me, surely.
I hate this.
Things are not working.
No.
Lily,
I'm
Oh,
so sad.
I'm sorry. Let me mute in here.
What is happening?
I don't know what's happening. I never know what's happening.
It fucking won't work. If Saxon at 3 is on the stream, please help. I'm
I
trying
just
so
had
hard.
a viewer ban the IRL word potato for 15 minutes.
Why?
So, oh, probably to prevent me from saying that I'm making that for Thanksgiving, I imagine.
I see. I see. Not allowed. I'm here for a good time, not a long time, says one of my chatters. True.
Well, fuck.
What are you having trouble
What's
with?
up?
I have an image that I can overlay onto I'm supposed to be able to overlay it onto my stream, but it is not showing up on OBS.
Oh, shoot.
So like I had it made especially for the thing. So I'm like,
You know, you can
really
stream your VTuber to Discord and then stream the Discord to the audience.
well, that's not the problem. I had like an
Oh,
overlay made to put onto OBS, and it's not working.
is it like a browser source?
No.
Okay.
Does it
Yeah,
have
I
to
don't
be?
know. Well, if it's so, some overlays are browser sources. Others you could be using an image for all I know. What I'm
Well-known
saying
fact,
is,
being trans actually comes with an IT degree. Go on.
Well, I didn't go to college, so
well,
I
I
tried.
I am going for you. I went through a coding boot camp a couple years ago, and now I'm going for a formal CS degree.
ooh,
Um, but
congratulations.
yeah, it's so much stress. Oh, it is so much damn stress. I don't know what I'm doing. What what was the did they make you an image and give you an image that you're trying to upload to OBS, or
I'm
like
supposed to be able to put it directly onto OBS
is
because
it a
it is telling me
hyperlink?
I can. No.
So it's just an image. So then you need to
You can
I
add
am not going
source.
to yeah, you can add a source. Um
Source?
Yeah.
I added a source. I tried to do it through
have you tried
literally,
media file
it literally
or
says
image?
image, and I did that, and it's not working.
What's the file type on the image?
PNG.
Maybe make it a JPEG.
How do I make it a JPEG?
Oh, God. I
Just
mean,
change the
yeah, you just change the file type.
so
Yeah. Yeah, you just
yeah,
change the name
yeah.
of it in the file. Yeah.
Oh,
Just go to
really?
properties and backspace on the PNG and put it in JPG.
Yeah.
Oops, I accidentally pressed edit.
But you can alternatively, it might be that the image is like 2000 or 4000 pixels wide. You may need to resize what it's putting on to get the image to show up where it's supposed to be.
Oh.
That's oftentimes what happens with a lot of my overlays, like the transl culture
Or did it
stuff
add
is
and it
all
get stuck below
huge.
something else? Like, that's another thing that happens too. Like, it might have gotten stuck underneath something
I
else in
tried
your
to
list,
move
or
it to the top to see if that would work. It didn't.
it just
So,
didn't come in. Okay.
yeah.
If you want, you can share your screen to Discord and
Sure, I can do that. We should have one more, right? Or did
oh
we
yeah, if
lose?
it has transparency, it won't work as a JPEG. That's right.
Oh, Yeah, it does have transparency.
I see.
So what do I use?
You use it as a PNG.
Okay, then how do I use it as a PNG when it's not showing up?
Uh, let's see the screen.
Give me 1 second. uh,
Because to give any other advice, I need to see what's going on.
uh, how do I do this? Reset. What the fuck? Sorry.
You're good.
The struggle is real.
Is your virtual cam or your stream active?
My stream is active.
It might be causing it not to be able to change shit because of that.
How does
Really?
OBS do that? Really?
I
always
use Streamlabs
Rare
OBS, so I have no
occasions
idea.
when it happens.
I tried to put it in stream elements, but like the file was too big.
Oh, well, that could actually be why. How big is the file?
Uh, good question.
But how can you compress the PNG without losing the transparency?
You can compress it by just scaling down the resolution, open it up in like Paint 3D, scale down the resolution
Yeah.
to where it needs to be.
If you scale it back up,
And,
it might end
that'll
up being a bit
scale it off.
pixelated on the stream.
It says 50 megabytes.
That's not big.
Why? Oh God.
That's bigger, but it's not big like it shouldn't work.
The stream elements thing said that I needed 40. So that's fun. God,
I want to stream your element.
no. Stop it.
Bonk.
Bonk.
Hey, I said no.
Well,
This is why I don't bother
Yeah.
with fucking overlays.
I wish I had done it sooner. Like, God damn it.
Yeah, I personally love overlays, but
I like overlays sometimes. Like, I don't know. Bleh.
I feel like there's already so much for me to keep track of, like mentally with the ADHD trying to start stream. I'm like, I got the music. Is my microphone working? Did the link go out? Like, is the music playing?
Oh,
like, there's
totally
so much.
fair.
Fair enough.
I forget to hit at everyone sometimes in the Discord, you know? Classic.
All right, 50 megabytes. I'm going to be willing to guess that it's in 4K resolution, meaning that you wouldn't be seeing it at all when you put it up because you're streaming in 1080p, so it would be significantly larger than your screen.
Fuck. Okay. Well, can I?
Because I'm looking at my overlays here, and I'm at like 69 kilobytes.
You could open it
Can
in
I-
Paint and scale the image down to 1920, 1080. And that
Doesn't
would.
Paint like actually make it like way less? Like,
I think you can also adjust it in OBS. Like,
There's also websites you can stick it
what
into
the
and
fuck is
compress.
this?
it should be a thing with properties to be able to change the thing.
This image was too big, so we resized it for you. Thank you, Paint 3D.
Wow.
Well, what size is it?
I listened to some of the stream that you and Lux were doing. So Lux, you said you went through exposure therapy for your PTSD.
Yeah, I did. It was great. I mean, it sucked really bad for like 6 or 8 weeks or so. And then it just around week 10, I was like, I was making toast in the kitchen and the toaster went off right in my face while I was like cutting some avocado or something right next to the toaster. And I literally didn't react at all. I was like, what has happened to my body?
Oh, neat. Yeah, I did EMDR for a lot of my stuff. I think exposure kind of helped with regards to something I went through because like I had talked about it so much over the years that it finally dulled down.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah.
I would be like, you do the trauma thing where you like kind of overdump, but you're like
Hmm.
dissociated, so it doesn't actually like accomplish anything for you.
Right.
Yeah, doing it in the therapeutic environment definitely helped to be like, no, you actually have to deal with the emotions and just kind of deal with the fact that you're going to be very like you're just kind of a difficult time with your emotions for a couple of months here.
Yeah.
Is EMDR the same kind of stuff that is used for treating phobias? Someone in my chat was saying that
Uh,
earlier.
I believe it can be. I've even used EMDR to improve my gameplay.
Oh, interesting.
Like EMDR helps with performance enhancement as well as uh I'm sorry, my one chatter just said it doesn't treat transphobia.
No, does not.
Oh shit! I think I fixed it.
But
Pog.
yeah, it is definitely helpful with anything where there's a trauma around it
Oh my
or where there's like a maybe inability to focus, that sort of thing. I wanted to be better at Apex, and I'm by no means a pro at it now, but I'm significantly better than I was for a time, I feel.
Could you give us
Ooh.
like a one paragraph summary of what EMDR is like, or what the goal is?
Um,
Like in what way is it
it's
different?
like so you focus on the sensations that the memories bring up as opposed to the memories themselves.
Okay.
Um, so in my case, I've done it two different ways. One was using tappers, but the way that I did it the most was using the eye movement part of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's eye movement to sensation reprocessing. So my therapist would put this thing up on the computer screen that I would follow back and forth side to side. And that binaural effect of that is a lot like the processing that your brain does when it's struggling to do something or when it's trying to make a memory or what have you. You know, your eyes are always moving side to side. You don't notice it as much.
Okay.
But when you're doing EMDR, you're forcing your eyes to move side to side and, follow this ball on the screen or what have you. And it's accompanied with a sound. So when you're looking to the right, you're hearing it in the right side of your headphones. When you're looking to the left, you're hearing it in the left side of your headphones. And yeah, it's very there's next to no exposure in it. That's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
You're focusing more on what it brings up in your body and retraining your body to like literally for some things it was one session and I could talk about it without having any of the symptoms the next hour.
That's cool. I've heard of something similar happening with prolonged exposure, where like one of my therapist's patients said they only did 5 total sessions, and each session they focused on a different memory, and that combo was what it took to cure that particular person. Whereas I worked on the same memory for like 12 weeks or so.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
I was really apprehensive about exposure therapy at first, so that's why I looked into EMDR initially.
Mm-hmm.
But anymore, I think. Well, the school bullying I still haven't really gotten over, but
Mm-hmm.
um, I might try exposure therapy with that.
And so you're finding that like you're having specific issues get resolved, but like certain other ones you still find kind of triggering?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
It's very limited to what you're using it for. So like if you go in EMDR for, a car accident, it's not necessarily going to solve the reactions you got from suicide of a
Mm-hmm.
friend or something, which was the case of my
Mm-hmm.
person that helped me come out actually took their life. So,
I'm really sorry to hear that.
um, yeah, uh, I like I still get some, grief comes up, but it's not like where it used to be. If I even thought about it, I'd start crying
Mm-hmm. For sure.
because they lived with us, so it was definitely a traumatic experience.
Yeah, I can't imagine. I've known of a couple people who like you find the person in your apartment and it's like, well, this is a whole thing I have to deal with now for the next couple years at least. Like,
Literally, the day of it happening feels like yesterday.
mm-hmm.
Everything that happened in my life prior to or since for a couple years since feels significantly further in history than that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and I don't know if that'll ever go away. Uh, you know, I remember the entire day afterwards. I was dissociated.
Mm-hmm.
Like I felt like I was anywhere between a foot small and 10 foot tall. When the cops showed up and started asking questions and shit.
Yeah. I found with prolonged exposure that we focused on the one thing and it seems to have helped other types of reactivity as well. Like I've been bit by a
That makes
dog a couple
sense.
times and like I don't really have any issues with that anymore. I'm not as bothered by loud sounds. So I think they just serve different purposes. Like, and the evidence shows that they work in slightly different ways.
Mm-hmm.
But it's
Yeah.
good to have options for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
Is everyone going to be using uh fuck.
Camera.
Camera. That's it. That's the word.
My camera
I
doesn't work with Discord for some reason. It stutters a whole lot.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Um, let's see.
see what you're doing. What you could do is pull up Lux on a browser and minimize your browser to the size of one of those boxes.
That is
Isn't there
also
like
true.
massive delay for that though?
Um,
Oh yeah,
a bit,
absolutely.
just a bit, yeah.
It'll.
I have pretty low latency stream, but it will like compound, yeah.
Okay. Uh,
It was just an idea.
that's fair.
I can still hear and respond to conversation because of headset and whatnot. I'm going to go make a bowl of popcorn while
Okay.
getting stuff set up still.
Delicious.
And also, I did add some questions to the questions for the panel.
Okay. I appreciate that.
No problem.
Let's see. How are we gonna do this? Okay, so my legs are sticking out the bottom. So that's fun.
If you alt click on the resize of an image, it will remove that part of the image without resizing the image. I think it's alt click. It might be control.
I need a window capture.
Did we have
Oh,
anybody
that's
else
that
who was
one.
going to be dropping in, or is this what we got for this panel?
Apparently this is all we got. It was supposed to be more people, but I think we lost one right there at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. Yeah, I think Catboy isn't gonna make it. And the leftist owl isn't gonna make it.
God damn it.
I have another friend that said they could be panel.
Sure, bring them
They're
on.
one of the biggest shit posters I know, for what it's worth. But
That will make
sure.
it interesting. That's fine by me.
I love being a
Can't
covert
guarantee I won't be
shitposter.
mature, they said.
Yeah.
Just
let's
don't
see.
TOS us.
Please.
Here you go, Freckle.
Some
I
of
just
us are
sent
on
you
Twitch.
the yeah. Yeah. I haven't made the YouTube move yet.
I just decided to go with YouTube instead. I was like, I want to use self-referential slurs, and I don't want to worry about this. And like, I already had 30,000 subs or so on YouTube from having posted videos for 4 years, or sorry, for 7 years.
Right.
So it's like, why would I
Yeah.
start over on a different platform when other people are clearly doing well? Like Vosh does great as a YouTube streamer. Demon Mama's doing pretty good as a YouTube streamer. It's fine.
I think you're doing pretty good. Too.
I feel like I'm actually doing pretty good. Like I'm doing better than I think I am.
Yeah.
69 likes on the video right now. Nice.
Nice. Oh, you gotta give roles to Freckle. They just joined the server.
Okay, give me a second.
Okay.
This is not a race.
No, don't worry. It's a marathon. You can catch up later.
Give me a second. Please give me a second. Okay.
I mean, what is popcorn really except an excuse to have more salt?
True, and butter.
Yeah.
Let's remove window capture.
I recently found a pretty awesome walk at a garage sale,
Capture.
and I'm really excited to make wok corn in there. Like I want to get some like popcorn kernels and then like actually just make popcorn. It all because it came with a lid, so it's not just a wok, but it also has a lid to
Right.
keep everything contained. Like I don't know if any of you watch Brian David Gilbert on YouTube.
Of course.
I do. I
Yeah.
love him.
I want to make pepcorn sometime. He put the Korean chili, like the spicy chili oil in there, and I'm like, that sounds delicious, and I want to try it.
Cool.
Having a fully functional kitchen after not having any sort of kitchen in the previous place that I lived, it was revolutionary. I was like, I'm gonna cook dinner constantly now.
I have a nice little kitchen over next to me. And then this is supposed to be dining area, but it works as my corner.
Yeah, that's more or less my setup too.
How do I do this? How do I resize the area that I'm trying to capture?
Alt click.
Alt click.
Oh, not the overlay. You're not trying to resize the overlay. You're trying
No.
to resize.
Your faces.
Do this. Pop it out.
Pop it out.
Yeah.
Bottom
Right of the Discord screen.
Pop out.
You see that little pop out?
Oh my
Button.
god. That's a thing.
And then you can
Okay.
resize that. Which also allows you to use Discord at the same time, which I like.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. I didn't know I could do that. Okay.
I'll be here all night, don't worry.
I'm apparently going to be here all night too.
Yeah.
Display capture? Oh, whoever's joining us can pop on now.
Okay. Freckle, you should be able to get in the charity chat.
Holy fuck. Oh. I should stop recording this.
Yeah. So I'm actually
Hello.
halfway through typing question of like, did Emma know it was me when you said the biggest shit poster you know?
I didn't. I'm so happy.
How y'all doing?
Doing good.
No
What's the
complaints.
what's the what's this whole thing about? What are we here for today?
Oh,
Charity.
we are raising money for the Trevor Project. We've raised $551 so far. We have a
What's
goal
the
of
Trevor
1,000.
Project? Let's sell us on this project here.
Lux, I think you had a good cover of it.
I'm pretty good at the spiels. Yeah. So the Trevor Project is a organization that provides support to LGBTQ youth. Specifically, their main services are a suicide hotline. They have a chat available on their website. I believe they also have 24-hour texting, and they also have a call line that you can get a hold of if you are queer or trans youth who is struggling. So we want to make sure that they're getting plenty of donations on a regular basis, because every single time these new laws pass, we see an influx of calls to the Trevor Project. Literally every time you see like, oh, this new thing is about to pass in Florida, and then it passes, and then it just immediately, not just the Trevor Project, but other suicide hotlines also receive an influx of calls. So most of the people who are taking these calls are also volunteers. We need them to be staffed with people who can train those volunteers to be able to handle those sensitive situations well. And we want them to have all of the resources available to staff fully with plenty of volunteers to take all of those calls that are coming in. So we're raising money for the Trevor Project. They do good work. I have never heard a bad thing about their organization. They also have like celebrity affiliates with them, like Daniel Radcliffe, as we all know, who is a staunch trans ally, is also someone who has done work with the Trevor Project before. So,
Cool.
yeah, they're a good place.
Man, that's gotta make like Harry Potter reunions with Rowling really uncomfortable.
For sure. I don't think that I think that all of the young people were like, if she's going to be involved, we don't want to be there. So they had to like not invite her.
Hell yeah.
No,
I
that
have
was,
on sorry, Emma?
I was agreeing. Like, yeah, they all of the young people were like, she is off her rocker. We're not we're not dealing with her anymore.
hmm
Fair enough, fair enough.
And all the turfs are like, you're so ungrateful. She made you who you are. Like, okay, calm down.
And I just activated on my chat, exclamation point Trevor offers info on the Trevor Project. And exclamation
Yay.
point charity brings up the donation link.
Hell yeah.
I am doing Windows Capture Soxonat 3. I am having trouble with it.
Well, you don't seem to be having the best of time lining that up. I would
No.
make it where that overlay is just capturing the Discord screen once and expand it to be big enough that those boxes fit in the overlay square.
They're like
That means you
slightly
might
off
have to
center, so it's
forego
difficult to do
your
that.
VTuber.
Okay,
Mm.
fair enough.
I just actually got an idea. Thinking you were talking about laws and stuff that were getting passed. I wonder if that obnoxious law in Texas, if that passes, how will Twitch and other online platforms be handled?
That's a
Where
really good
they,
question.
yeah, that's fascinating to me now.
Well, it turns a venue into a venue that is subject to like the same laws that a strip club would be subject to. So does that mean does that mean that the entire venue of Twitch now is being is going to be subject to those laws and monitored in a similar manner? It's going to be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I could see Texas trying to stretch for that. I mean, Texas already tried to usurp Section 230, right? They did that a couple years ago, if I recall correctly.
Which one was
What
that?
was that one? Yeah.
The one that gives tech companies insulation from stuff posted on their site.
Oh yeah.
Get what it was they were usurping it for, but I believe it was something to do with us.
It all
Probably.
comes back to it.
They thought they had it bad with the Lavender Menace. Now they just got something that I can't finish that joke to. Try not to get you all TOS.
True.
Thank you for considering us. Okay. Almost there. Almost there. Bear with me.
Yeah, you're close.
Let's put me down here.
I've got a roast cooking, and I see you eating popcorn now, and I was like, I have to get a snack. So I have a croissant now.
A croissant.
Yes.
Oui, oui.
Y'all talking about popcorn. I actually just bought some seeds and got reminded I was trying to find some like off-brand Goya sesame because I love that on popcorn.
Hmm.
So I'm just over here searching now on Google and Amazon of like what's a good sesame alternative.
I just bought not a snack, but a drawing tablet, a Huon Canvas Pro. It gets here on Tuesday. I'm gonna start to draw while I'm doing the Just Chatting streams as well because playing a video game to keep my attention on the computer doesn't keep my attention very well. And I've always wanted to be able to draw on a computer too with a pen. As try as I might with the mouse, it's just not possible.
No, for sure. I think the best thing about doing digital art is that there's an undo button. And
Yeah.
wow, that's like my favorite thing.
Undo button and layers without using tracer paper.
True.
Let's put chat over here.
I got one from XP Pen a couple years ago that was like only $250, but I was reading the reviews and like it is prone to bricking if you let it overheat. So like you can't leave it on a flat surface for like 3 hours while you're using it or it might brick out, which is fine because I was only drawing for short periods of time and mostly like holding it up in my lap.
I got the Huon, and everyone I've talked to has said great things about this model and its line. So
Does yours have a screen on it or is
yeah,
it like
yeah,
okay,
there's
cool.
a screen on it.
I was like, I would not be able to function if I was just trying.
I got one of the little Intuos ones a few years ago and didn't realize it didn't have a screen on it, and I just couldn't. I tried to line it up in my mind without seeing what I'm drawing in front of me on the paper. I just couldn't do it.
Yeah, I find it pretty difficult as well. It was a big priority for me. If I'm getting a drawing tablet, it has to have a screen.
Yeah.
Pardon my ignorance. What do you mean a without a screen? Tablet without a screen.
There are drawing tablets where it just has like a zone that you draw with on the pen, and you size it to the screen on your computer, and you
that
can
sounds
put it on a
miserable.
zone and it'll draw on there. But you gotta see what you're drawing on the computer while drawing with the pen on the tablet. Which, yeah, it's a lot for my mind to do.
It's challenging, yeah.
That sounds like some weird 2000s tech. Like
Yeah.
you got to get your Palm Pilot and hook it
Yeah.
up with your laptop.
That's exactly
and learn
true.
the Palm Pilot alphabet.
You got your pocket dictionary.
There's one comedian talking about like, yeah, I had the Palm Pilot and I thought it was pretty neat. And then I went to write something and there was this whole thing I had to learn about a new alphabet, and that was enough for me to give it up.
I feel like the pocket dictionary was such a short-lived like thing because it was like, all right, we're able to get this much data down on this small of a thing is one step away from being able to put so much more data onto so much smaller of a thing.
Well, it's the thing, like, I always age myself with this story, but in college, I had a pocket PC, and that thing was, like, fantastic.
Oh,
And
Pocket PC. Okay, I'm
yeah,
thinking,
like,
wow, all right.
what do you mean?
I mean, what did you think?
What
they
was
said?
that? I'm sorry, I
Yeah.
don't know if Twitch TOS.
Oh no,
Oh,
saying
no.
Pocket Pussy isn't Twitch TOS. Don't worry.
Oh, shit!
They just said it.
No, that
Oh,
was
no.
my post-grad, you know? But yeah, I wish I could remember what kind it was, but it was a pocket PC, and it was absolutely fantastic.
Okay, I'm so close.
Keep breathing heavy.
Oh.
Shut up.
Uh-uh.
I just need something for Luxander so it doesn't just look like an off-center piece.
Take a screenshot of Luxander's square, go into Paint, and put that color up on the square and put it next to it, and there you go.
Keep it simple.
What are y'all trying to do?
Anything, really.
No,
Trying to get
like,
stream
sounds like
overlays
you're
and stuff
going
in order.
through.
They're trying to get our squares to match up with an overlay they had made that has 5 boxes on it, which is,
Difficult.
oh, socks. They use base OBS.
Based.
And it's a cute design. It's just the borders between the squares are bigger on the overlay than they would be on the Discord pop-out.
Interesting here on an Ancom talk about borders. No.
Yeah. Ancom. Yeah, I'm showing yeah. Okay. Not at all becoming authoritarian.
Oh, it's in. Where is it? Right shot.
Popcorn and Monster.
Great combo.
Yeah.
Just try explaining that to somebody in England. The typical snack in America.
Oh, I have so many friends from Europe where like we just talk about the differences and so much about America just blows them away in not a good way, you know.
No,
Yeah,
never in a
Like-
good way.
I
Far
saw
from a good
that
way.
Coca-Cola with coffee in it, and I'm just like, what in the fuck is this?
Why?
Greatest First Nation on earth, you know? Like, can't have healthcare, but we got coffee Coke. Pretty great.
In fact, you might need some healthcare after drinking the coffee Coke, but you won't get it.
You won't. Saying you might
I
need
see what you did,
healthcare,
Amanda.
but you won't get it is such an
Shut up.
innate trans experience for Americans.
True.
Hey.
This is so scuffed.
What do you need
So
an
for those
overlay
who can't
for?
see,
Oh. Yeah.
they took the screenshot of Luxander's spot and put their or the screenshot of them underneath the overlay so that instead of having to bother with resizing everything, it just works now.
Yeah, well done.
Right.
Perfect.
What's going on?
Uh, okay. Let's get this fucking dumb show on the road.
Hour
Yay!
later.
God, why did it take so long? Okay.
All right, Cross.
How let's start with this. How long does everybody have?
I
Well, I
go
don't.
whenever.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna stay in here much longer. I'm exciting to be brought in here, but I don't. Yeah.
Well, we
Sorry, I'm
appreciate it.
also like really high, so I'm not.
No worries.
I was by no.
Luxander, how long are you staying?
I have at least until 6:30. I might be able to push a little bit past that.
What's your time zone?
Oh shit, sorry. It's 5:50 right now, so like 40 minutes at least.
Oh, okay.
Okay, well,
Like at least. I could probably stay until 7 at the latest, but I want to have dinner soon after that.
that's fair. And what about you, Emma?
Oh, I mean, as long as we get to play video games at some point later tonight, we're good. So I think we're chill. We good? We good? We good?
Sure.
How long do I have? I don't. Well, put it. I don't know.
Yeah, Mac's a team player. You got time.
My goodness.
And then, yeah, I'm good too. So,
Okay.
because I was probably going to stream after the panel anyways. So,
Fair enough. Um, okay. So,
you want to start at the top of the list or jump
yeah,
in
of
random?
course. I'm just like trying to think of where I am right now. Um, so thank you everybody for joining me, and everybody else here.
Yeah.
We are doing this for the Trevor Project. It is a charity. You can see at the bottom of the screen that we have a Tiltify goal. We've gotten to 551 right now. We're making our way up to 1,000. If everybody here can like hopefully like put up a link for the charity if you're streaming, please do so, if you don't mind. And yeah, I appreciate everybody for coming here on the panel.
Of course.
Uh,
My pleasure.
Thanks for the invite.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's start with Luxander. Who are you?
Hello, I'm Luxander. I am a streamer on YouTube, and I'm non-binary and trans, and I've been medically transitioning for like 7 years. Currently, I'm a political commentator. We talk about these new laws that are coming up all over the place, and we try to do our best to remain sane and share survival skills and therapy skills with each other as well, so that we don't end up feeling too bogged down. And like sometimes we just have fun. So that's what I'm about nowadays. I use either it, its, or they, them pronouns.
And Freckle.
So you want to get to talk about myself?
Yeah,
Yeah.
tell me who you are.
Hello.
What
Hi,
the fuck are you
y'all.
doing here?
Honestly, this is like a real shit post to riches story going on right now. Just somehow just making jokes with the Navy's chat brought me here. But I'm Persephone, or Freckle. I don't know if we're using government names or not. And
Whatever you want to use.
am- been medically transitioning for 5 years. I'm a labor organizer. I don't know if I have the right to say my union's name, but I don't, so I'm not going to. But
Fair enough.
yeah, I've been in union work for most of my life. Honestly, I like just realized today that been doing this for almost half my life now.
Nice.
Nice.
Pretty great. And yeah.
And Emma, who the fuck are you?
I'm fucking Emma. Um, I uh, I use she her. Binary trans. I guess I could say I'm a musician because that's kind of what I do when I get the chance.
Oh, don't sell
Um,
yourself short. You are a musician.
what I do for a living is not enough.
The struggle is
Okay.
real.
But hey, yeah, I'm kind of a local musician and doing that kind of thing. That's it. I'm not super interesting. So.
You stream?
That's a lie.
Did you say you streamed?
Yeah. I stream every once in a while. I'll do guitar streams when I have the motivation enough to be able to do so.
Fair enough. I have
My
to be there too.
my streaming thing is EMA Games. Wanna look upon that?
Yeah.
Is that on YouTube or?
It's on Twitch. Who streams on YouTube? What do you mean?
Me.
Yeah, I mean, we try not to name any names, but
They're gonna
some
start
people do.
improving their tools because so many people are migrating over there. Like people get canceled off Twitch, they go to YouTube. They're gonna start improving the tools. It's already not bad, frankly. The latency's pretty low over here.
So what'd you
Ooh.
get canceled for on Twitch?
I didn't. I said fuck it. I want to use self-referential slurs, and I was not gonna play that game with them. So I wouldn't dare show my face on your streams, my dear Twitch friends.
And Uwu.
I am don't ooh my oo or Amy, she her pronouns. I am a political commentator of all sorts really. I stream a lot on housing and things to improve the way that we build and things to improve the way that we build our cities and especially if it can help the like houseless people living amongst our communities. I live in Pittsburgh, so houselessness is a huge problem here, and because of that, I've gotten pretty passionate about trying to help them get better lives. Um, we stream videos from YouTube. We've reviewed Luxander's videos a couple times.
My goodness.
Um,
Ooh.
basically anything that affects my life or affects my interests is up for game. Yeah.
Sweet. And I am Star Panda, if you hadn't already known. My words are not great right now, so please bear with me. This is all for charity. And my eye is wigging out. Don't know why, but we're gonna move on. So, let's start with Amy. What do you feel is like, what is your relationship to masculinity and femininity?
It's a weird one. It's tenuous, you could say. Uh, um, I I feel quite feminine, but at the same time, like I don't know, because like what we consider masculine, what we consider feminine, a lot of those things aren't actually either, or they shouldn't be gendered. Working on cars, being into cars, I don't think should be gendered. Being into rock music or what have you. But I grew up in an environment that had me completely concerned all the time over whether or not I was being masculine enough. I I was one of the types of trans people where prior to coming out, I lived most of my life by avoiding anything I thought was slightly feminine because I was so certain, and I realized how silly this sounds, that if I listened or did something feminine, everyone would know that's a tranny.
That's a really long-winded way of saying you don't wipe your butt, Amy.
What?
That was a bad joke, I guess. I think that's a really long-winded answer to saying you didn't wipe your butt.
Oh God,
Where all
no.
those
No,
people say
no, no,
like they
no, no,
don't.
no, no. No, I was not one of those. God, no. Oh God. Don't get me twisted. I do wipe thoroughly. Too thoroughly.
Good.
Um, but yeah, it's I feel that I kind of rock that Andro bit a lot. Like, so to be technical, I identify as gender flux. Um, and basically rock between demigirl and just Andro. Um, and yeah, that's pretty much my relationship to it, I think.
Nice. And Emma, what is your relationship to those things?
Uh, my relationship to masculinity is negative. Um,
Fair.
I
No, thank you.
yeah, it's I kind of think about it as like on the masculine feminine scale, I'm like a 9 towards them. Like I still have interests that can be like coded as masculine. Even guitar playing has been coded as masculine in some instances. Um, Interest in cars and mechanics and engineering, things like that. I like to build my own stuff. I've built, furniture, other woodworking things. I've built guitar pedals, um, based off of a very minute knowledge of electrical engineering. I've worked on amplifiers. Um, just, that went sideways quick. I still have these interests, that would be considered masculine interests, even if I don't see them as such. Um,
Yeah.
but I view myself entirely in a feminine light, and I feel pretty dysphoric when that's taken away, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
Does,
That
yeah.
makes a lot of sense.
It's part of why I'm like, oh yeah, I don't do much. I had my first gig playing music and singing in years, like last weekend,
Nice.
because I was so unconfident in my voice. Um, I'm also in Florida, so like I should add that bit.
Hmm.
Um, that like me going out and not passing is potentially dangerous. And early on in my transition, I was like threatened, like verbally accosted. My car got spit at, and I got called all kinds of names. So I'm sure that's also influenced me to be not very expressive of any masculine side. But so
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember someone accosted me in the parking lot and I pulled out a knife and they sped off. It's like, yeah, all right, that's what I thought.
Armed trans women.
And Freckle, what is your relationship with masculinity and femininity?
Fuck it. Um, I
Fair.
think that honestly, it's an evolving thing, you know. Um, I'm in a business where it's generally better to be viewed as a more masculine. So, as somebody who's very much, be the best way to say it, I dress very, very butch. You know, like I always laugh at like first year people go through transition, they do this like really hyper feminine thing and try to overcorrect, and then there's a correction, and I laugh because now I just dress the same as I've always have. I just got boobs. So like, what does that mean? Like, what is masculinity? What was dressing masculine? But it's fun. It's interesting. I think that it's a delicate balance that we get to walk sometimes, and it makes the transition part a lot more fun.
Yeah, that definitely. I feel like we all are in agreement with having our uh relationships with masculinity and femininity being like meh, you know, like just whatever.
Yeah,
Luxander, do you
like
agree?
No, you. Someone was about to step in. You can go ahead.
Go ahead, yeah.
oh, I was gonna say yeah, like prior to coming out, I thought in very strictly masculine versus feminine terms, and then yeah, the first year or so afterwards, I was hyper femme for a while. Like I did not wear pants ever. Even pajama bottoms bothered me. I would wear long skirts to bed. Um, and as I got more into gender theory, I guess, along with just my transition in general, it's become more of a matter of no, I am just happier being viewed as a woman, but my interests are pretty much the same.
Hmm.
Like there's more things I engage in that I wouldn't have engaged in before at all. Like you know, like before I would have never done makeup, and now it's something where I do my makeup on occasion. I didn't dye all my makeup to horror for this stream, but I try to on
All
occasion.
right. I won't fucking hear no shit about Daiwood makeup to whore, alright?
No, that wasn't at you. That was actually directed towards Freckles' comment to me during a panel stream in which I did dial it up to horror.
I think that I might be the only person assigned female on this panel, so I get to represent the femboy perspective, the AFAB femboy perspective, because I grew up, and of course, like I was just treated like a girl. I realized that I was trans when I was about like 15, and it's like weird. Like very briefly at first, I thought I was a trans man because I didn't know about non-binary identities. So I was like, oh, this is dysphoria. Like, I must be a boy. Get me Axe deodorant, please, the next time you go to the store, Dad. A little autistic child. Just, I had no... And then he cornered me in the car and was like, you need to tell me what's going on about all this. And I was like, okay. And that was our relationship. We have a great relationship. It's fine. So at first I was
like a fair reaction to Axe.
Yeah, I mean,
deodorant though.
It was that in combination with other things, but I'm just like to reductively indicate that like I was asking for a lot of different things like haircuts and change of clothes and stuff. But yeah, so at first I thought I was a trans man, and then I realized I was non-binary, and I was like in a situation where I was kind of like it might be like I would prefer not to have to transition, basically. So I was like, I am a female genderqueer person, and that's a little bit cringe in retro. When I was 21, I was finally like, I actually need to take tea, I think. Like, I keep thinking about it too much to not try it, at least. And I went on tea for 2 years, really hardcore masculine presentation at that time. Trying really hard to pass, like, same thing that women do, I think, where you go really hard femme at first. You're like, the only thing that matters to me is to stop getting misgendered in my life. Which a part of this acceptance for a non-binary person is also realizing that there's no context in which you're necessarily going to be gendered correctly at the first try, which actually is kind of changing a little bit. But to finish the timeline, like I ended up stopping taking tea after about 2 years because I started being dysphoric about like the body fat redistribution mainly. And then I tried to be an electrician. So I was like off tea for 2 years, and then I went back on in order to like have the mental and emotional stability that being on testosterone affords me. So of course I tried to pass as male with that, and that was kind of my last time of trying masculinity at all. Like I have been somewhat feminine throughout these periods of time, mostly at home, but now my presentation is basically like I genuinely don't care what people think when they see me in public. I don't. Like, I can easily chameleon either way, especially because I still mask everywhere I go. Like, I still am wearing a KN95 mask everywhere. So it's literally just dependent on, like, my voice and whether the shirt that I'm wearing is baggy enough to obscure my chest. And then in my home life, I'm like, oh wow, you know what's really great? Rockabilly dresses, like vintage style dresses, and I'll wear like a corset with them, and I'm like, damn, this is awesome. And then some days I'm like, actually, I'm gonna dress like vampire boyfriend today. So I like being super fluid, but basically just approaching. I think a lot of non-binary people might be able to feel this, like whether you're coming from it either direction of like, I can now approach femininity from a masculine place instead of just it being all female, feminine, whatever. Like I'm much more able to approach femininity from the like self-perception of myself as a trans masc femboy, like specifically feels like somehow different. Like, and I know someone who has had
I vibe with that.
like, yeah, like, so I know someone who has had top surgery and bottom surgery, and sometimes they'll still like do on a full face of like, it's not drag makeup because it's not over exaggerated like that, but they'll just make themselves look like a woman and like go out with their partner to dance and stuff. And like, I just feel that so deeply of being able to approach, I guess, both masculinity and femininity from a place of just like, I am whatever, and it doesn't matter on like it. I'm agender, by the way. Like you said gender flux earlier, and I kind of vibe with that, but I don't want to quantify the gendered feelings surrounding my desires to change my expression. So I just consider myself agender, and then I just dress however I want, and I love that for me.
Yeah, that's great. I generally feel pretty compared to my girlfriend, I feel pretty feminine, I guess. And she is cis, so that's where we are. um but I guess like in my day-to-day life, I'm like just whatever. Like I just wear sweatshirts and pajamas like all the time.
True. I work from home.
Um,
True.
Yeah, I do not leave the house unless I have to. So, like, just being in pajamas is my gender. So,
I'm gonna go to the liquor store later in sweats. I don't give a fuck.
yeah, I do that when I'm going to like the store for any reason.
Yep.
Like, I do not care. So, but yeah, I loved all your answers and very enlightening. What's the next one?
I was gonna say, I always make the joke when I do a GSA for some students here in Chicago. They always go like, "Well, did you know you were trans?" And I just feel like, I still don't know. I just started transitioning. My life has been a lot better, so I just continue with it.
That makes sense.
Eh,
And
What
it's
do
just,
you...
sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I just think it's like,
I completely forgot what I was going to say. So yeah.
Oh, whoops. Sorry.
I was gonna say, when it comes to like talking to people about your gender expression or identity or what you're feeling, like they always want this linear story. And as we found out, was it Lux? You were just saying that?
Yeah.
Like, it's not linear at all. And I think that's something kids are slowly starting to pick up on more and more.
They always want the, when I was 5 years old, I wore my mom's heels and I knew.
Mm-hmm. That was something very validating early on for me. I was on LiveJournal at the time when I was trying to figure out my trans identity, and I was posting on like, you know, one of the little, I mean, it's functionally like a little subreddit on LiveJournal, being like, I think there may have been some signs when I was younger, like this, and this, and like having people respond like, you seriously don't need for there to have been like signs your whole life. Like it's not necessary. And I was like, oh shit, that makes things easier for me.
Yeah, like it's more like, oh, so that's what that behavior was. Okay, cool. You know.
The memories
kinda
all start
have a-
turning trans color in retrospect.
I think anymore the times that I do get misgendered these days feels like it's mostly because of being 6 foot tall more than or my voice.
Yeah.
But beyond that, like I have pretty positive experiences when I go out and keep my mouth shut.
Like a true woman.
I was waiting for it. Thank
I
you.
was trying really not to. I was trying really hard. Felt it bubble up from my toes to my throat.
Keeping your
so-
mouth shut. Feminization successful.
True.
So, what do you guys wish the trans community would do differently to make it more accepting or less cringe? Luxander, what do you
Oh,
think?
yeah, we talked about this a little bit earlier. I first of all think that people addressing their trauma would for sure make them a lot less cringe. Um,
I
you
think
know,
that works for a lot of people because, you know, uh, everyone should go to therapy, just like in general.
there are a lot. If you're in America, there are like sliding scale mental health clinics. Like I pay like $15 a session or something like that, and it's a lot more accessible in places that have some like community resources involved there. But I think even if you just have like a shitty therapist on BetterHelp, it's probably better than nothing.
Absolutely, yeah.
But yeah, I also like I've made content recently about like the SJW problem, like the infighting kind of behaviors. Like I really wish that we would be willing to give people a little bit more grace and like be willing to engage with people with the assumption that we're both hitting the discussion in good faith. Like especially when you're talking with other trans people. Obviously, if you're talking with someone who is like got like a Norse tattoo on their chest and you're not sure where they're coming from. Like I get the urge to be skeptical in those cases, but it bothers me so much how we have a tendency to interpret things in the worst possible faith possible. Like, okay, for an example, you're seeing the chili discourse on Twitter right now. Anybody familiar with this like lady made some chili for her neighbors and people were calling it ableist of her?
I
Yeah.
saw that, yeah.
Oh no, we
What?
made chili last night. Am I getting canceled?
Only if you take it over to your neighbors. Did you know that taking chili to your neighbors is just like pushing a person in their wheelchair out of your way without asking them first?
Oh,
It's
whatever.
It's ableist.
That's
yeah.
wrong too.
I just don't understand people. And so I think we need to stop doing that kind of shit. That's a big thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Okay, so I have a different.
that's
kind of
like
take on
the
that.
Twitter discourse that I just find hyper cringe.
Yeah.
So
I feel like that's just Twitter. I'm not on Twitter, and I just feel like that's just kind of Twitter.
In a nutshell.
Wait, can you explain
Thing-
that? Like, why? What's the story behind this?
The person's thread was like easily 30 tweets long. And now let me tell you, I did not read it.
Okay, because I was gonna bring my friend who just got quarantined some chili, but this is changing my perspective.
Yeah, it's not allowed.
Fuck.
So
Okay.
okay, so I have a little bit of a different perspective on this because I have a partner who has like issues with their bowels. And like if you just bring something over, in my perspective, like just some random food, you have no idea if they have like allergic reactions or anything like that. And I kind of took it that way because like you don't know if that person has those kinds of reactions, so you should probably just ask first before you bring something over that they might not be able to have, and then you waste like a bunch of food. So like in that way, that's kind of what I took from it. But like
That should be a general sentiment, right? Like,
Right,
hey, I want to bring something over. Hey, you cool with me bringing it over? Like,
I mean, the chili is an icebreaker, like in a way. Like she had not spoken to her new neighbors yet. She was like, should I make them some chili to like kick this off? And so it's like, if you get over there and they're like, oh, honey, we're vegetarian, then you're like, oh, I'm so sorry, like that's fine. I'll put this in the freezer and save it for myself. I would love to make you some vegetarian chili if you're open to that. Like opening the door to being neighborly. I'm horrible at this. I wanted to make cookies when we moved into this new place for our neighbors, and I just never did. And then a couple months later, we found out the person below us had killed themselves. So maybe I should have done that. Like, filled with regret.
that's not good. Oh God.
That's why
That's
you
why
need to
knowing
bring
your neighbors
back
is
Old
important.
Reliable with some Jello mold.
True.
So let's go back to the topic. Get a little bit away from the chili. Freckle, what did you wish the trans community would do differently to make it more accepting or less cringe?
I think, and it's probably self-fulfilling, that as trans folk, we need to be a lot more honest with what we with trans experience. Like I was saying, like, how do you know you're trans? Like, I don't know. What is being trans? Just stuff like that. Like we've really done a great job moving away from the cookie cutter cis narrative that they always want to put out. Like I knew when I was in utero that I wanted to wear a dress, and that's how I knew I was trans. Like that's just not the case.
Hmm.
Majority of us don't know when we were younger. Um,
I knew when
the
they
push
swaddled me in the wrong color. Sorry, go on.
seriously. Some of us, like in Amy's case, we wipe our butt once, and all of a sudden we're the opposite gender. Um, like nobody knows. Some of us got trans by the pandemic. Like, let's just be honest about our experiences. But in honesty, like, it's just being honest about your transition. It's not always easy. People go through a lot of stuff. It's not cookie cutter A, B, and C. And yeah, I'll stop there before I go on anymore.
I think
But
it's
yeah,
trial
just
and error a bit is kind of what you're describing. Like it's some similar thing for me. It's like, well, at first I tried to be a gender nonconforming cis female and I hated that. And then I tried to be a fairly gender nonconforming trans man. Also didn't work very well. Like I had to try testosterone before I knew whether it was going to work for me or not. Sometimes you just have to like, I don't know if estrogen is going to help, but I'm going to try it. Or like maybe I'll just try a hormone blocker for a couple months and see how that makes me feel. Like sometimes you don't know. And then you start transitioning and you're like, oh, now I know that I actually did have dysphoria. I was dissociating all the time. Like sometimes you don't know until you try it for sure.
And Emma, do you have an answer to this?
Yeah. I did. Will you repeat the question?
Yes, absolutely. What do you wish the trans community would do differently to make it more accepting or less cringe?
Yeah, I feel that we have moved to a place that is more accepting. We don't feel the, early 90s forced thing on us that was like, oh yeah, you have to do your very best to, pass to get your hormones even. Like I think we've gotten to a place that's better about that. I think that I agree with I believe Luxander said it, um that I think sometimes we need to give people space to learn, if they are willing to do so. And I think we need to be willing to forgive past transgressions. Like if somebody said like a slur in like 2002 and they're like not that way anymore, I feel like it would just be like, hey, yeah, I mean, you should probably like apologize and be like, hey, I didn't. I was shitty back then, but like I don't think we need to be like, yeah, you should die in a pit of fire. Like have your bones crackle away first. Like I don't think that's the necessary route for somebody that like didn't know better at the time or was using common phrasing and knowledge at the time. Um, that's kind of where I'm at. The less cringe stuff, nah, fuck it, be cringe. Like, fuck cis people. They're not gonna accept you anyways if they're that much of assholes. Like, just be you.
I mean, talking about being cringe to each other.
Oh, have people been
I could
cringe?
I could give
Yeah,
a
yo,
shit
somebody was
about
so cringe with me one time. So I was in like a baby trans server, and like this girl was like, "I love your name. I'm gonna call myself Emma," and I was like, "Yo, that's fucked up. Like you just tried to take my name. Like that. Come on now. That's not nice."
We should have like a
Yeah.
list of like the 10 most common trans girl and trans guy names so that we
Guys,
can
my
like
name would
you
be
can
on
choose
that
different
list, but like,
names.
don't tell me.
I think
I mean,
that's like my
yeah,
big
Emma would be
issue
for
right
sure.
now. Sorry, as an old queen in the community now. Like everybody's going the way of Greek mythology names, and I'm like, man, I did that 3 years ago, and now I'm somehow cool.
I changed my name like 10 years ago, and now I'm seeing people called Lux like all over the place. I'm like, I literally like changed my name when I was 18, and I thought I was being original, but no.
I thought I was being original. When I was picking my name, I wanted the most passable cis sounding name I could find. Because I was entirely internalizing my transphobia at that point. And I was like, Emma is simple and easy and impossible to misspell. We're gonna do that, and it feels good enough to wear, right? So, yeah. All of my experiences are caked in a grease of Florida, so how it is.
And Amy, what do you think? Do you want me to repeat the question?
What do I wish the trans community would do differently to make it more accepting or less cringe? Well, I don't know
Just
about
yes, but that's fine.
less cringe. Oh, I just went and read it off and reminded myself. Yeah, I guess I could have just said yes, but fuck you. No. I came up in a very conservative background, so when I came out, one of the many things told to me was, because I was still identifying as Republican as at the time, was that you can't be trans. You're just making it up. Now, that is a hella weird fucking thing to say to someone. But at the same time, valid point.
Like the thought you were lying?
Or the suspicion of being conservative and trying to engage in the community.
Were you Arab? Assigned Republican at birth?
Oh God! I thought you were mispronouncing Arab. I'm like, what?
No.
Yeah. I was Arab. I was signed Republican at birth. And my grandfather had a lot of conservative thoughts instilled in me that were not true in the slightest. It took a cousin who was really accepting and really wanted to be in my life, and I really wanted them to be in mine, to break down a lot of my misconceptions. Everything from believing that people got, tax holidays if they were refugees, to my attitudes towards gender and what have you. To make it more accepting, though, I don't know. I think the only thing that would have helped there was if more people were willing to be like, okay, yeah, you say you're a Republican, but let's actually break down why do you believe you're a Republican, or let's break down, what are your beliefs behind that. But it shouldn't be on oppressed people to do the labor of that stuff. It should be on the person that's learning to do a lot of it. But there does need to be people that do that teaching, because some people, the only way they're going to learn is if someone they care about tells them.
Yeah,
It's a
absolutely.
real meeting the masses where they're at opinion there, Amy. I appreciate that. That was a leftist joke. I apologize.
Uh,
Can I get
So-
sorry to interrupt again. Can I give
You're
a
fine.
bonus answer?
Sure.
I think what would really help the trans community is Caitlyn Jenner finding the business end of a car this time. That's about it.
I'm not laughing at that one because I don't want to be,
You can't be implicated.
Yeah.
I had nothing to do with this joke. I,
For legal reasons, I'm not going to California anytime soon.
Oh, that was good.
So, did we already talk about Our experiences with mental health and physical health care.
Kinda. We kind of opened with that
Yeah.
a
We
little bit.
touched on it.
Do we want to go more in depth, or do we want to go to a different question?
I mean, I'm willing to talk more about it. 'Cause I think I have some takes.
Okay, we'll start with you, Emma.
So,
Well,
I think that mental health and transness can often be pretty uniquely linked, in that we often have to go down the route of medical diagnoses to get treatment for anything.
Hmm.
Um,
mhm.
I think it's also relevant that we the the extraordinary majority of us are not neurotypical. And I think that there's something to be said to that regard. Uh, just that like people that are willing to see the world in a different lens are willing to um, break down what they're told from societal perspectives. Um, I'd also like to add that my experience with uh, medical care, specifically trans medical care in Florida, has been awful, and I plan on leaving the state within the next year.
Fair. Yeah. There's a
Uh,
lot of states out there right now that are trying to make it more difficult for everyone. Like not just trans people, I would say, like even for like women. It's been a shit show for black people because like doctors just inherently treat them differently. But yeah, it's been awful lately, like more awful than usual. So,
yeah, like I know for me specifically, I had to thoroughly educate myself on any possible treatment plans, because I knew that the people I was going to get it from wouldn't.
Hmm.
mhm.
I had to do my own research on progesterone and say like, "Hey, I want progesterone," and for them to go, "I don't think it does anything," and I'd be like, "Just give me the progesterone. I know you don't think it does anything. I'll determine that."
Was this like an actual doctor?
Yes.
Someone who went to school to be a doctor and
Yeah.
told you that progesterone doesn't do anything.
It's
Yeah.
unclear what the specific benefit is for trans women. Like just the studies done on the subject haven't conclusively determined that it's always effective in every case. But like even if it's 10% of women who take it who get fat baps, like I feel like it's worth the 1 in 10 try.
Yeah. Let I th- anyways.
Yeah. I had that. I've had other things with trans healthcare in the state. Like, I was basically outed by my Planned Parenthood because they decided to send a insurance thing to my dad when I never even gave them my insurance, which was uniquely frustrating.
Yeah, that's not good.
With my name on it, like my preferred name on it, and he's like, "Hey, I got this weird bill in the mail for an Emma. The fuck is that?" And I had to just lie my ass off because I knew that at that time, if I had come out to him, I would not have a home.
Mhm.
Um, so that was struggling. The thing with the progesterone was frustrating. Um, I've also had frustrating experiences where they won't communicate with their lab stuff correctly. I've specifically been turned away from lab places because they're like, "We don't want to do this with you." Um, like I've been denied care. I've been denied prescriptions from pharmacies. Um, just all of the shit. Like me trying to get my hormones in a at a normal pace taken as prescribed has been hell because of where I live and because of the local opinion on trans people in general. Um, like I changed pharmacies recently, and they decided that they were just going to dead name me, and they were not willing to do anything else to help me. Um, and so it's just stuff like that where I come to a very cynical perspective on trans healthcare, especially in the state that I'm in, where I was like, I had to do my own research, look at my own numbers, determine what I needed, because they also weren't willing to look at my thing and determine if I needed an updose, even though I could look at the chart and look at average cis woman levels and determine that I needed to updose. So I basically had to come to a place where I had to teach myself endocrinology, and I had to figure out in what instances it was most correct to lie to my medical provider in order to achieve what I needed to achieve. So that's my perspective. I know that's a very cynical one, and I apologize.
That's
Oh,
okay.
you have
I
nothing
don't think
to
it's cynical.
apologize
It's
for.
realistic. Like for some people
Yeah.
in some places.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Amy, what has been your experience?
I've, when I first came out, the doctor I was going to, for the trans care, I went to my pediatrician. They recommended someone, and I went to that person. And that person wanted me to change my name, dress full femme all the time. They were giving me the 1980s Benjamin standards of care, which dictated that you had to walk the part, talk the part, act the part before ever getting hormones, before ever getting anything that would help you do any of that.
You're supposed to live in the role for like 6 months or whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And I luckily the friend who helped me come out introduced me to Trans Family up in Erie, Pennsylvania, and the woman that leads that, Miss Caitlin Strohmeyer, she helped me determine that what I was being told by that doctor was bullshit and shouldn't be asked of anyone. That it wasn't the modern standards, that it was way out of date, and I uh, I quickly looked up access to the Cleveland Clinic, because I was living in Ohio at the time, and found their trans clinic. They were just starting it, but it offered me the opportunity to go at 7 o'clock in the morning for appointments. And being a morning person, that was vastly preferred over, talking to other places that were scheduling 6 months out because they only offered one day a week for their trans clinic.
Mm.
And I had pretty good experience with healthcare in that regard. Mental health care, I've always had a great experience. But I also have like a book of rules that I follow. The first and foremost is, if at any point I start to get the feeling that I'm not clicking with that therapist, I switch. I will find someone else. I don't care if I gotta, search high and low. I will find someone else that I get along with, because if I don't get along with someone, and now that I know it's because I'm borderline, I won't be able to take any of their advice seriously.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't
Absolutely.
even matter if they have my best interest. I just won't. I just don't give them the time of day. I can't. Because something about them feels off to me, and that feeling off is enough for me to dismiss. Um, I I have had some rather gender affirming experiences in physical healthcare. Uh, like, I went to the doctors close to 12 times for a torn rotator cuff and was dismissed as,
Oh.
not knowing what I was talking about, not actually being in as much pain as I was claiming, and, generally being a pussy. It wasn't
Welcome
until
to
my
womanhood.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It wasn't until my boyfriend screamed at the nurse that someone actually took a scan of my shoulder and said, "Oh yeah, you should probably see an orthopedic." Yeah,
Yeah,
and
no shit.
got that fixed. I was passing out regularly and collapsing from dehydration when my spironolactone had gotten to the point that I could no longer hydrate. Didn't matter what I did. I was drinking like gallons of water a day, and I would go to the bathroom, go pee, and collapse on the floor because my muscles had nothing to be able to move. And I'd
Wow.
lay there for an hour while feeling slowly came back.
Jesus.
And yeah, so it's been a bit of a mixed bag, but all in all, I'd sum it up as good because the mental health care has been great for me. I had a great therapist for a lot of years while I lived in Ohio still, and she helped me solve a lot of things. And yeah, you know, getting properly diagnosed for conditions unrelated to being trans, but that nonetheless relate to it just because of the way the world is, um, has definitely helped.
And Luxander, what has your experience been like?
For mental health care, I know I said earlier that like I had I went in initially thinking like I had depression, and I was rotated off various medications for like 7 years, which I feel was a mismanagement of my care, but that was not because I was trans or anything. That was just because she didn't want to refer me to therapy, I guess. Like maybe at the time I was like resistant to therapy because I felt I couldn't afford it, but she should have been like, well, I can't help you, instead of just like, yeah, well, let's try yet another med. But I ended up having really good experiences with my DBT therapist, who happened to be really trans friendly, and my current therapist is it's like trans friendly in a less explicit way as far as her practice goes, but still like open to it. And if I say like that's not a relevant factor, then she's not going to push it and be like, but let's talk about it though. I live in an area that's relatively liberal, so it's relatively easy to find providers who are willing to help. As far as trans related healthcare specifically, I started testosterone in 2015, and at that time I was basically online all the time looking for trans resources, and I found a list of informed consent clinics, and I drove 3 hours away to go to an informed consent clinic. And that was very easy because it was a nurse. She was like, okay, everybody who comes in here seeking this care knows everything that I'm about to tell them, but we have to go through it legally anyway. Like, here's all the possible side effects and everything. And I was like, yeah, I understand. She was like, okay, I'll write you a prescription. Do you want to have your first shot today? And I was like, bet. Yeah, for sure. So I had my first shot done, and then I drove 3 hours home. I'm not sure if that contributed to the ass pain or not, remains to be seen, I guess. But I didn't end up coming back at all because I just kept getting my prescriptions refilled and didn't want to drive 3 hours to get my blood work done. So I have no idea what my testosterone or estrogen levels were like for those 2 years. Probably was on too high of a dose. Don't know. Went off T again without getting in touch with a doctor because I was like, whatever, I'm just going to go back to having my normal irregular hormonal cycles. When I went back on T, again, I happened to just go to a really trans-friendly doctor who was basically like, it kind of pisses me off that you have to come here and ask me for hormones. Like, that's his perspective on birth control and everything, is all like, I'm just really annoyed that I have to act as a gatekeeper for you to pick up something that you should be able to just walk down to the pharmacy for. So for him, it was basically just like, these are the normative ranges. If you want to be on a low dose, we can work with that. Like, I'm willing to do as high of a blood level as like 1200, if that's like, if the really masculine guys are going for that. So my doctor just happens to be really cool, and yeah, I can basically just text him up and be like, hey, I'd like to start T again, and he'd be like, okay, what dose do you want to do? And that would be the end of it. So I've been really fortunate in that regard. I have been not taken seriously because of, like, I tried to get birth control at one point when I was not on T, and I just wrote on my forms that I was genderqueer and used they them pronouns, and like, I'm having like my ears and my eyes examined, and the doctor's like, "You're too pretty to be trans," and I'm like, "I am going to lose it." So that was a rare occurrence, and that small thing was enough for me to go like, I'm gonna be really selective about where I get my medical care from now on. And yeah, that's all. Not even considering that I still have female reproductive care needs, which can be very severely mismanaged, as in the case of me getting an IUD put in, where like it's just everything about that is they don't really inform you fully how bad it's gonna hurt, and sometimes you wonder like, is it because also I'm trans that you're being even less communicative about this shit? But I think it's just like simultaneously dealing with potential trans healthcare issues and then just also dealing with the constant background radiation of how bad female reproductive care tends to be, and the fact that we don't know as much about it as like male reproductive healthcare and stuff, and that it's considered normal to just do incredibly painful things to people routinely. Like a friend of mine had some cervical material removed on the same day by happenstance, and was like, yeah, they didn't like numb it at all. They just like cut parts off of me and didn't numb it at all. And so we got to like commiserate over our shared, cervical trauma. So that's kind of one of my main, my main problems with the medical institution at this time is just having things that are considered routine, like having an IUD put in. And then I tweeted on, I said like, having an IUD put in is basically sexual violence. And 60,000 people liked that tweet. And hundreds of commenters were like, yes, I kicked the doctor in the face by accident, or like I screamed and passed out, like it hurt worse than childbirth. It's that's my current beef with the medical institutions.
Why do they think that it doesn't hurt?
I don't know.
So there was a survey done a few years ago in which they asked med students a series of questions, and some of the things that were gleaned from it was that a overwhelming majority of med students believe that women exaggerate the amount of pain they are in.
Mm-hmm.
An overwhelming amount of med students believe that Black people exaggerate the amount of pain they're in and underestimate the amount of pain they can take. Believe that people of color have thicker skin. Like horribly ridiculous things that like med students are coming out of college fully believing, and they've not had those beliefs challenged in the least by their training.
I think some medical training actually does still maintain that Black people experience less pain. So like it might be something that they're not only not having challenged, but there's like maybe they didn't even have that notion beforehand.
There. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's yeah. I also just wanted to jump in. I have had an especially positive physical health experience since moving to this region. My doctor's office, I'm lucky enough, is right across the street from my apartment, and like the walls in this doctor's office are all about consent culture and safe sex, and like there's a drawing of a woman with her legs spread and a picture of a cut open dragon fruit in place of where her vagina would be.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very, very progressive doctor's office, and I love it. I get free laser hair removal.
Girl, what?
Through there. Yes, I have not paid a cent for my facial hair removal, and I will not have to pay a cent for my bottom surgery hair removal or any others that I get done, as long as I have a surgery aligning with it.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Tell me how to get that.
Fucking right, like Jesus
From
Christ,
Pittsburgh.
like grands on.
I would love to make Pittsburgh the trans capital of the world. That'd be fucking awesome.
Sorry, I'm doing that to Chicago right now.
Right before we get to Freckle, I'd like to say in chat, someone said to the question of why doctors treat women that way, because peeps never looked into the actual anatomy of the cervix and vagina. They only very recently discovered the full internal structure of the clitoris.
Mhm.
So yeah, that sounds about right. So Freckle, what's your experience with mental health and physical health care?
A mixed bag, I'll be honest. But I was gonna say that I've had a partner go in before to get an IUD, and they're like, "Are you gonna do anything to manage my care?" And doctor just shrugged and said, "We can give you like a higher dose ibuprofen if you want."
That's literally all that they just like, yeah, that's all they do. And then I'm having like severe cramping for like the next several months every time my body tries to menstruate. And I'm like, this is way beyond anything I used to experience. And I message them like, hey, I'm having this intense pain. And also it's kind of near my ovary instead of where you put the IUD. So what the fuck is happening? And they're like, yeah, it's just normal. Take some leave.
Oh,
It's like hard not to feel like it's an ongoing mismanagement of care for sure. Like not only did they fuck it up in the first place, but even now.
Like, if I had to go through that, I would, like, if someone said that to me, I would want to strangle them.
I
Like,
don't think I'm going to go back there for healthcare unless it's imminently necessary.
yeah, no, I do not blame you in the slightest. That's awful.
Anyway, Freckles was trying to talk about it.
So I have a very mixed bag. I mostly seek out all of my trans-related healthcare in Illinois. I live on the border of Illinois and Wisconsin, but I had to do, I just recently moved here to Illinois. But the first 4.5 years of my transition were in Wisconsin, where healthcare was less than ideal. I've had pharmacists go really fucking cold on me when I would go in and ask them like what's going on with my estrogen and stuff like that. And like ultimately they never got in the way, but it went from like being completely friendly to just being really crap.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I've had horrible mental health professionals over the years try to like essentially turn it into a session where I'm teaching them on trans theory and stuff like that, which
Yeah.
is like, yo, I'm not here to teach you all this. Until it got to the point where my last therapist, the only reason like I don't see her now is because she's not licensed in Illinois, but like I told her like I'm not here to teach you. Like I'm so over teaching therapists about trans stuff because like I'll say, "Hey, I look like shit today," and she'll be like, "Yeah, but you're still really pretty." I'm like, "That's not the point. Like that's not how dysphoria works. Um, or you still look like a woman." I'm like, "No, stop that shit. Like that's not what we want to hear."
Yeah.
But as far as healthcare, I've actually been very, very lucky with all my trans related healthcare here. I remember one time, because I basically had no doctors in Wisconsin anymore. I still had a primary that I saw once a year, and he was very much like, "Yeah, we don't talk about that." Um, asked them once to do an STD check because I needed to get one. I was getting a blood draw anyways for surgery, and I'm like, "Could you just quick write one for getting some blood drawn for STD panel?" And I had to go through like the whole little dance of like the secretary called me and had to ask me all these questions of, well, why do you need an STD check? You're married. And I'm like, honey, like fuck you. All you gotta do is sign a paper. Why are we drawing this out? But other than that, like, I've actually been very, very lucky. Um,
can you speak
healthcare-
closer to your mic? It's hard to hear you.
My bad.
You're fine.
Very lucky. I think that for like mental health and stuff like that. 2 years ago, things got really bad for me, and like it's crazy to see where I was 2 years ago versus now. Like joining a Discord server where I know half you fuckers are a direct result of like this horrible spiral I had, and I had to go to intensive outpatient, and like I would have people sit there and tell me like, "Hey, so you've really changed my opinion on trans people." And I'm like, okay, cool. So you just coded that in. I thought you were like a phony piece of shit when you first joined, and for the first 3 weeks, I didn't respect you at all, but somehow I changed your opinion. Like, I understand that's how things change, but it's like, why are we allowing stuff like that to be said? Like, it's telling on yourself. And yeah, I don't know. That was more of a vent than I guess an answer to your question. But even like psychiatrists and stuff still don't understand basic trans healthcare. And that's coming from a very conservative state or ish state, a very conservative county that's been going for Trump. And yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds pretty awful, actually. I don't want to go through that. So, um, let's see. What's a good question we can have before people have to leave? Um, oh, uh, the very next question, or not the very next question, but like one of them. What are the ways that you guys cope with things that are going on in the world? Let's start with Freckle.
Ooh, I'm gonna defer this for a second.
You want me to throw it to someone else first?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to think on that one.
Sure. Luxander?
I mean, this is the question I think that we all kind of have to ask ourselves every day. Like, what do we do to get through this day? Like, while we're inundated with news about, shootings at queer clubs and stuff like that. Like, how do you deal with that? I mean, like, to a certain extent, the answer is disengage when you need to. Like, take time away from the news. Like, yes, it's important to be informed, but frankly, thinking that you need to know every bad thing that is happening is kind of a trauma thing where you're trying to be as aware of all the bad things as possible so you can protect yourself from them, which makes sense, but it's also going to destroy you. So you have to step away. And I am cultivating hobbies, which I think is really important for your confidence and self-esteem as well as being a distraction. Like, I play my guitar or I'll do crochet. And like, while I'm doing crochet, I'll put on some stupid video, like I'll put on a bunch of Good Mythical Morning videos or something that is.
Oh, I love them.
They're so great, right? And it's like, I enjoy it. It's lighthearted. It's jokes. It's funny, and it doesn't make me think about the world, at least not too seriously. Like, sometimes they'll make the occasional, like, joke about Jeb Bush saying like please clap or something, like, but it's wholesome. So taking the time away from all of the political nonsense and not only spending that time cultivating your own individual interests, but also making a priority in spending time with your friends. If it's only through Discord, that's fine. Like, when you get the hanging out ping in one of the servers that you're in, that like sometimes people go hang out, like sometimes you should just go check and see who's in the group call and see if you want to join and hang out for a few hours. It is going to be better for you than being isolated all the time. So yeah, I guess that's the main stuff.
It feels like you're calling me out right now.
I'm still working on it myself as well. The having friends thing is a big struggle for me.
Yeah, it's difficult. I probably wouldn't have had like a friends night every week if it wasn't for my partner, because like she basically like absolutely needs friend time, like social kind of time, and I have never been that consistent with social time. I've been very isolated basically my entire life, so yeah. It's really difficult, and I understand people who have that struggle, but like, yeah, definitely, like, if you can, try to go and be social somewhere to help your mental health.
Being alone is comfortable and predictable. And I understand the urge to stay in that location where you're like, at least there's no other input. It's just me.
Freckle, do you have an answer yet?
I do. It's actually funny that I deferred because I wasn't ready to answer because I was texting somebody going, I find it really fascinating that, a much bigger population of the lesbian community are really perking their ears up to these anti-trans laws because they're realizing that like if things come after us, they're going after them too when it comes to like gendered uh, clothing laws and the sodomy. Like we're realizing that like for me, mental health and self-care with all this stuff is not going to historically gay areas. Like Chicago's known for their boys town, but they're not queer friendly there at all. And so it's finding like spaces that you can go. And when we hear bad news and things like that, I have a patch on my jacket that always says if you can only keep your head down and survive, or it's okay if you can only keep your head down and survive, but when and if you can, please fight back. And like that's always been the very big motto for me is like it's not easy being a trans woman in labor. It's not easy being a trans woman at all, but sometimes you just gotta like sit back and when you're ready, fight like hell. And we see all these laws and stuff, and I feel selfish because I insulated myself by moving from conservatism to the very big liberal population. And I don't know, like it's easy now to hide from the news. It's nice. We always make the joke with like today being Trans Day of Remembrance. I'm like, sorry, but I remember I'm trans every time I walk into a grocery store. People are just staring at me
True.
and just stuff like that. So I don't know if
Yeah.
I'm summing that up correctly, but yeah, you sometimes
no,
just hiding and keeping your head down.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Emma,
Yeah.
what are the ways that you cope with the way things are going on in the world?
I keep telling myself I'm going to move.
Same,
enough.
true. I mean, having that as like the long-term plan is part of what's like making it easier to get through day by day, for sure.
Well, and because the reality that I'm faced with is that I look like this just about every day. And
So beautiful.
even when I go towards like the highest femme, the most passable, I still can't get employed here. Like people just won't hire me as soon as they see an incongruence of names on a resume.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, nope, immediately no.
I feel that, yeah.
The last job I had that I got a tax form from was before my transition because nobody will hire me. I got a job that was like a traveling thing out of state for like it was kind of like gig work. And I'm starting to go out and do musician things again. But it's just it's brutal here, and it's brutal like being like, oh yeah, the kid that's in my girlfriend's class just got denied trans care. And the same kid that she saw blossom this year with access to hormone blockers and be able to finally feel like themselves is now being forced to detransition. And it's like, yeah, all we can do is hope the kid makes it to high school because that's how fucked up it is here. And because it's just so brutal and everything happens so consistently in this state, it's like I know that part of their entire goal is to get us to just leave, but honestly, I can't afford to stay and fight through it.
I think a lot of people are feeling the same way you are. Like, it yeah. It's really difficult to stay when they're making it as difficult as possible to live in those states. Like Texas and Florida are like the worst for LGBT people, and it's abysmal.
I think on this day of all days, let's not beat around the bush. Their intention is not for us to leave. Their intention is for us to die.
True.
Yeah, of course.
Um,
But I think
Make no
people,
mistake, they will go into liberal states. They will go after
Ooh,
us wherever they can when that time comes, and that
ooh,
time is fast approaching.
can I give you a hot take on what like my analysis is on the trans agenda or trans Republican agenda on trans issues?
Hmm.
Like we're seeing it all over when it comes to like abortion laws, when it comes to what can be taught in schools, and everything becoming a state by state issue. And like we're gonna probably see that with same-sex marriage, that it's not a federal decision, it's a state decision. And it's not necessarily, or like the scapegoat and all that is like, yeah, abortion is banned in X amount of states, but that's not where they're stopping. Say, like, we're having to have states that pass laws to make themselves a refugee state for abortion. So the bounty hunters in Texas can't go after you for providing it or receiving an abortion. Like, their goal is, hey, you live in Ohio and you're traveling interstate travel to go get an abortion. We're gonna now sue that clinic and try to make it so they don't then want to deal with the legal hassle of providing an abortion in a legal state. Like they just want to bury these people in litigation to the point it's not fortuitous for them to have this profession at all, and we'll go into something different, thus minimizing the care overall. We're seeing that when it comes to like public education of like we're gonna sue over this curriculum and all this stuff. We're gonna bleed you dry of money, so then you're no longer trying to what's the word I'm looking for? Partake in these practices, even if it's legal.
yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it's pretty obvious to me that it's also an underhanded, specifically the public schools thing is very obviously an underhanded way of reducing funding to the public school system, for sure.
Yeah. But then
Yeah.
when it comes down to like, well, maybe this was going to be the only church in the middle of like Arizona that now has turned kind of blue. You know, like maybe you're the only church within 100 miles that performs same-sex marriage. Well, oh, you're doing that and I'm pissed off in Texas? Well, we're gonna just litigate the hell out of you. Your little church can't survive it, so now you're not providing same-sex marriage. So now you gotta travel even further, putting the burden on the couple that are trying to get married, thus minimizing. You know, that's what they do with voting. They put so many obstacles that you just don't want to do it anymore. And that's what I see like the future going if they keep getting their way.
And Amy, do you have an answer to the question?
Yes, I cope with the way things are going in multiple ways. So one is I've been trying to rekindle old hobbies that I had growing up. Whether it's creative kind like drawing, drafting. I've been drafting houses. I've been digging into learning AutoCAD to turn those houses into 3D models. I am engaged. I am a Pennsylvania state lead with Progressive Victory.
Ooh.
And so far I've only been handling like the tech side of it, but I'm open to taking on more responsibility as that comes, you know. And I found that by just the Progressive Victory thing alone, it's become a lot easier to deal with the stuff because I'm able to see that as there is a significant reason for people to feel doom and gloom, but there is also significant reason for us to feel that it is still possible to fight back. It is not, I don't think it's possible to delay the all-out attack on our rights any longer, but I do believe it will still be possible to fight back against that attack. Engaging in streaming is a great way to cope because I'm not always then looking at problems affecting me. Sometimes I'm looking at problems affecting other people. And that helps give the buildup of grief and sadness a place to go that isn't focused on the self. And then spend time coming up with solutions to their problems. That way, when I get the energy to start acting on solutions, I can feel that I'm offering something to different communities. Um, a big thing for me has always been staying in therapy. I firm believer that if you can afford, if you can get access to a therapist, by all means get one. Everyone can benefit to some degree. Even if it's just someone to go and vent to because your partner's not listening to you when you vent, you know. And by increasing the amount of things that I'm active in, it's become a lot easier to deal with how dreadful a lot of the things feel. Um, I am lucky that I live in Pennsylvania. Fetterman just got elected. We got Summerlee elected. We got Josh Shapiro elected governor, and he crushed Mastriano, the neo-Nazi that was taking him on. Um, and having stuff like that makes it a lot easier to cope. I think I feel for people that are in states like Texas and Florida significantly. I have many friends in those states, and I have and and I know my urging doesn't do anything but add to their anxiety, but at times I do urge them. It's like, please, look into getting out of there because like I don't want to have to think about someone's funeral and not be able to go to it too, because of my own safety, you know, and fighting back has honestly always been my best way of coping with that type of stress. Because if I'm not fighting back, then I feel like I am. No, I don't want to say it that way. Uh, I feel like if I fail to fight back when I'm able to, then I am as much enabling it to continue. Even if, in the grand scheme of things, I have no control over any of it.
Fair. Yeah. So basically, you cope with it by diving straight into it.
Yeah.
That is valid.
It's I isolated for a very long time, and in the wake of the traumas that I went through in the year 2017 and 2018, I became reclusive, hardly engaged in any topics. Like I'd pay attention to what was going on, but I'd try to distract as much as I could, and all it did was it made the rest of my life miserable. It I do nothing but video game for hours on end, and that while it was a great escape, it was also a trap. It was hard to get back into being engaged in things then because of how disengaged I made myself, that even paying the slightest amount of attention to it became hard. And I found that by diving in that I've been able to alleviate that. I think that's the word.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, so we kind of went on a little longer than we intended.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. This was all my fault because I was finagling everything on my stream. But um, yeah, I want everyone to be able to get their plugs. So let's go with Emma. Where can we find you?
Um, on Twitch, I'm EMA Games. Um, capital EMA. I don't think it's cap sensitive. But yeah, EMA games. You find me doing guitar streams, and probably rambling about random music related things. I don't tend to um go much into. I'm not brave enough for politics.
Fair enough.
I think that's part of me trying to isolate myself and just trying to not see the state around me. But I think it's also necessary to have both information as well as positive things to see. Um, and yeah, so you can find me there. I'll get my YouTube channel up and running at some point. My name's Emma D'Angelo. Um, spell it however you like. It's fine. But yeah, that's that. All right, I'll stop taking up time. I apologize.
You're fine. Thank you for the raid. Tog and Dog?
Yeah, they're
Okay.
friends of mine.
Oh, nice. Thank you guys so much. Let's see. The Freckle, is there anywhere we can find you?
Honestly, not really. I don't do a lot of internet stuff. I probably
Fair.
still have a Twitter out there somewhere. So I'm gonna take this time to say everybody should go check out the Starbucks Workers United campaign, the sbworkersunited.org. They just had a strike on Red Cup Day. They're doing great things, probably in your area. So join the union.
Yay, join the union. And Luxander, where can we find you?
Hi again. I am Luxander. They let me choose a handle on YouTube, so it's at Luxander Real on YouTube. I do not stream on Twitch, but yeah, I live stream on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays typically, and we talk about politics and trans stuff, and frankly, we get on lots of tangents about linguistics and other random shit because you're a captive audience, and I'll talk about whatever the fuck I want to. So if you're interested in that, follow me on YouTube, or you can check me out on Twitter at Lux_banana. And I would not recommend hitting the notifications button on Twitter unless you want to have your phone going off like 17 times a day, but only once a week.
Well, thank you. Amy, where can we find you?
You can find me at Don't Uwu My Oo on Twitch.tv. I also have a Don't Uwu My Oo on YouTube. I haven't posted to there yet, but I may start doing it, especially after this morning's stream I did, because I feel like it was valuable to keep the bot around for longer than temporary until the next VOD pushes it out, or however Twitch's works. The more I think about it, the more I'm thinking about starting to stream to YouTube as well. And I stream Sundays, Mondays. Pretty much every day of the week is open to me to stream, but my scheduled streams are Sunday and Monday mornings. I do Go Fuck Yourself America stream, or GFYA if you see it in the title, because there's a character limit on Twitch. And we get into housing, city density, and trans topics and politics quite regularly. I will be continuing to stream post panel, and if you are on the Discord, feel free to hop in, and if there's room for you to join me on stream, I will fit you in. Probably going to go for a few more hours.
Sweet. And I am Star Panda. I am Star Panda on TV on everything, basically. Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, basically everything. You can find me there.
Oh yeah, I'm on Twitter too.
And I want to take this time to tell everyone, please donate to the Trevor Project. We have a thing going on now. Type up, what is it? Where is it? No, it's not there. It's exclamation charity and exclamation donate, and you'll get a donation link to donate to this Tiltify project, and I appreciate everyone for coming in. Yeah, go do that. Go donate like $1. That's fine.
Thank you for the
I-
invite.
Yeah, I appreciate everyone for coming on.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Talk to y'all later.
Thanks.
See ya.
Talk to you later.
Love you.
Okay, for the love of God. Freckle, I just want you all to know that Freckle said this is the longest I've ever talked to trans folk without using the T word. Okay, you all are the real ones. I appreciate y'all hanging out in here, despite the fact that you're more accustomed to me just talking constantly for 4 consecutive hours. So thank you all for hanging out. I need to pee so bad, and yeah, get dinner started here before too terribly long. So you're all great. I love you, and I will see you on Tuesday. Okay? Be well. Until